All right, if everyone can find a seat, we start in 1 minute. Good morning to all of you who are here today, as well as our online participants, and those of you who are going to be viewing this video in the future. My name is Rosie Stevenson Goodnight. I am the co-founder of a community called Women in Red. It's a community of on-wiki editors who create more articles regarding women's representation on Wikipedia, their biographies, their works, their issues broadly construed. In this capacity, over the years, I've created dozens or hundreds of articles about 19th century temperance women and their works. I've uploaded hundreds of images related to the women, their issues, and their works, the temperance women. And while doing so, I've come to see some learnings from their work that has similarities to 21st century WikiWomen's movement. In my capacity as a visiting scholar at Northeastern University, I'm presenting some of my research here today. Let's get started. Barnraising, what is it? Historically, barn raising is a raising bee or rearing in the UK, a collective action of a community in which a barn for one of the members is built or rebuilt collectively by members of the community. This I see is what we are doing as WikiWomen. This is what I see 19th century temperance women doing as well. So how did the temperance movement begin? It was a social movement promoting temperance or complete abstinence from consumption of alcoholic beverages. Mind you, that doesn't include me. Participants in the movement typically criticize alcohol intoxication, or they promoted teetotalism. And its leaders emphasize alcohol's negative effects on people's health, on personalities, and family lives. Typically, the movement promoted alcohol education, and it also demanded the passage of new laws against the sale of alcohol, regulations on the availability of alcohol, or the complete prohibition of it. During the 19th century and early 20th century, the temperance movement became prominent in many countries around the world, particularly in English-speaking countries, Scandinavian, and major Protestant ones. You can see there's an exclusion of some religions here, but not all of them. It eventually led to national prohibitions, for example, in Canada in 1918, in Norway in 1919, in Finland 1919, in the United States 1920, as well as provisional prohibition in India in 1948. The temperance movement in the United Kingdom was a social movement that campaigned against the recreational use and sale of alcohol. It promoted total abstinence. In the 19th century, high levels of alcohol consumption and drunkenness were seen by social reformers, particularly women, as a danger to society's well-being, leading to social issues such as poverty, child neglect, immorality, economic decline, and so forth. Temperance societies began to be formed in the 1830s to campaign against alcohol. Specific groups were created over periods of time dedicated to different aspects of drinking. For example, in 1847, the Band of Hope was created to persuade children not to start drinking alcohol. The early temperance movement was inspired by the actions of Irish Presbyterian church minister John Edgar, who poured his stock of whiskey out of his window in 1829. The first generation that promoted temperance was founded in 1829 by John Dunlap and, wait for it, his aunt, Miss Lily Graham of Greybard. Oops. Across the pond in the United States, the temperance movement was born with Benjamin Rush's 1784 tract, An Inquiry into the Effects of Ardent Spirits upon the Human Body and Mind, which judged the excessive use of alcohol as being injurious to physical and psychological health. After this, 200 farmers in Connecticut and then similar groups in Virginia and then New York State began to form different kinds of associations. The temperance movement developed a large influence on American politics and American society. A myriad of factors contributed to women's interest in the temperance movement, and one of the initial contributions was the frequency in which women were the victims of those who had an alcohol use disorder. Another contribution was related to the role of women in the home in the 19th century, which was largely to provide over the spiritual and physical needs of their homes and families. Because of this, women believed that it was their duty to protect their families from the danger of alcohol and convert family members to the ideas of abstinence. This newfound calling to temperance, however, did not change the widely held viewpoint that women were only responsible for matters which pertained inside their homes. Consequently, women had what Ruth Borden referred to as the maternal struggle, which women felt was their internal contradiction that came with their newly discovered power to make change. While still believing in their nurturing and domestic roles without yet understanding how to use their newly acquired power. Women who joined movements such as women's temperance organizations were considered pragmatic feminists because they took action to solve their grievances, but were not interested in altering traditional sex roles. Missionary organizations of many Protestant denominations gave women an avenue to work from. Several all-female missionary societies already existed, and it was easy for them to transform themselves into women's temperance organizations. The temperance movement went from being just a social movement into talking about a specific problem, a specific issue. And the participants in the movement typically criticize something in order to discuss how this is going to improve the life of others. During the early 19th century, the temperance movement amongst women were particularly English-speaking countries, Scandinavian, Protestant ones, and eventually Canada, Norway, Finland, the US, and India became highly involved. The Women's Crusade began in 1873 in the United States. It was a series of nonviolent protests fighting against the dangers of alcohol. It originated in Cleveland and spread to 900 different communities in over 31 states in the United States. It was led by Eliza Daniel Stewart. You see her pictured on the left, referred to as Mother Stewart. She began her career in public service during the American Civil War, working with the Soldiers' Aid Societies, and it was there where she learned a few things about organizing. She visited the United Kingdom in 1876 and helped organize the British Women's Temperance Association. The Women's Christian Temperance Organization, the WCTU, was organized in 1873 in Ohio, in the U.S. It was at one time the largest women's organization in the United States. The world's WCTU was founded in 1883, 10 years later, and became the international arm of the organization with affiliates in Australia, Canada, Netherlands, New Zealand, Finland, India, Japan, and so forth. After she was widowed and buried 3 of her 4 children, Annie Wittenmeyer, born in 1827, pictured on the left, served as the first national president of the WCTU. She was also the 7th national president of the Women's Relief Corps and served as the president of the nonpartisan National WCTU. Posthumously, Wittenmeyer was inducted into the Iowa Women's Hall of Fame. Frances Willard, born in 1839, pictured on the right, served as the first Dean of Women at Northwestern University. For 19 years, she served as the 2nd president of the WCTU. She was the founder of the world's WCTU. She was the first president of the National Council of Women of the United States. The British Women's Temperance Association, later renamed the White Ribbon Association, was formed in Newcastle upon Tyne in 1876, featuring American temperance activist Mother Stewart, who we just spoke about. Pictured here is Lady Henry Somerset on the far left. Born in 1851, she spoke at the first World's WCTU convention in Boston and was the president of the British Women's Temperance Association. On the right, the Swiss Federation of Abstinent Women, Ligue Suisse des Femmes Abstinentes, was organized in Switzerland in 1902 by the Zurich writer and activist Hedwig Bühler-Wasser, together with the Dr. Marie Heim-Vogtin and the women's rights activist Clara Ragas-Nadig. Azuma Moria, born 1884, standing on the left, was head of the Loyal Temperance Legion program of women in Japan, which served as the WCTU's outreach to children. She also served as secretary and traveling assistant to temperance activist Yajima Kajiko, born in 1833, seated in the photo on the far left, who was the founder of the Women's Reform Society and president of Japan's WCTU. On the right, pictured, is Heni Tekira Karamu, born in 1840, anglicized as Jane Foley after her second husband's surname. She was a New Zealand Maori. In later life, she worked in New Zealand's WCTU and was that organization's honorary secretary for the Maori mission of Rotorua. They weren't just activists, and they didn't only become organizers. They also became writers and journal editors. Lillian Stevens, born in 1843, pictured on the far left, helped launch the main state chapter of the WCTU, and after Frances Willard died, Stevens was elected as the 3rd president of the national WCTU. She also served as editor-in-chief of the WCTU's organ, the Union Signal. In the center, Olafia Johannesdottir, born in 1863, was an Icelandic teacher whose ambition was to bring the women of Iceland to a position of equality with men. She traveled and lectured internationally on behalf of the Organization of Good Templars and the world's WCTU. She went on to become an author, magazine editor, and textbook translator. On the far right, Swedish journalist Emil Ratto, born 1862, was a newspaper editor, as well as a temperance and women's rights activist who founded the Swedish branch of the WCTU. Convenings. Here's plenty of them, but only some of them. It would be too many slides to show all the convenings that the women held. And mind you, when they held a convening, every speech that was made was written up and published in documents that we can see now in things like Internet Archive, if not Wikisource yet. Many publications. You see here thumbnail sketches of white ribbon women published in 1895. The Women's Temperance Publishing Association was a publisher of temperance literature established in 1879 in Indianapolis, Indiana. A concept of Matilda Carse, an Irish-born leader of the temperance movement. Designed as a joint stock company, no man could own stock, as it could only be sold to WCTU women. Around the world, in so many languages, temperance women published pamphlets, journals, magazines, newspapers, essays, children's literature, convention reports, bibliographic compilations, almanacs, and more. They made banners, they made flags, they made medals. The banners and flags were held up at their organizational meetings. They took them to their World's Fairs, and they used them when they marched in parades. Designing and creating banners, flags, and medals was just one other way that a woman could serve in the movement. Temperance women's fountains can be found all over the world, dedicated in various cities. The one you see pictured here is in Malvern, England. Photos and handwritten records aplenty exist. We have lots of them uploaded in Wikimedia Commons. And they built buildings. This, the Temperance Temple, served as the headquarters of the National WCTU, located in Chicago. It was at a time when there were 200,000 women committed to the temperance movement and an additional 200,000 children, members of the WCTU's loyal temperance legions. Predating the Temperance Temple, the Francis Willard House in Evanston, Illinois, was a long-time headquarters of the WCTU. Built in 1865, today, it's a historic house museum owned by the National WCTU. The Women's Christian Temperance Union Administration Building, located in Evanston, Illinois, was the publishing house of the WCTU. It was added to the U.S. National Register of Historic Places in 2002. And now, we have 6 minutes left. What can we, 21st century WikiWomen, learn from 19th century temperance women? We've been uplifting them with the articles we write, the images we upload, the documents we bring into Wikisource. We're taking care of them one by one by one. But what can we learn from them and apply to us today? I'm opening it up to questions. Someone's got a mic. We have a question? Oh.
I have a general question. You mentioned... No? Can you hear me? Yes.
Okay.
You mentioned that a couple of non-English sphere women who were active in temperance movement became also women rights advocates. Do you know if it's true for, say, people in the UK, in the US? In other words, was there a significant overlap between temperance movement and women rights movement? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I'll give you your $5 after we're done here. Huge overlap. There were many women who had gone from being housewives to doing something extraordinarily different with their life. And the first entry was the temperance movement. And from that, they had their feet got wet. They then shifted into other areas. Some shifted into women's suffrage. And there were some splits. There were some people who felt that women who are active in women's temperance should just focus on women's temperance and not also be involved in suffrage. And others believed you can be involved in both. Why not? And from there, from women's suffrage, some of them got involved in the peace movement around the time of the First World War and extending into the Second World War. So there was a progression of these movements, starting with temperance, then suffrage and peace, that women, once they got into one, might have moved into another, or they just enter the suffrage movement. One of the things I shared with you is that it seemed to be kind of religion-based, mostly Christian religions, not totally, but mostly. So that excludes a huge part of the world. And with suffrage, it includes women all over the world in their different countries, and also those involved in the peace movement. So yes, there was a shift. What else helped with the shift is that we started traveling different. Back in the 19th century, we weren't flying. Women weren't flying to the conferences and the convenings, and yet they managed to do so. No internet, and yet they managed to communicate with each other. So as things progressed in society, it also helped them with how they progressed through the movements.
I also have a question. Since the temperance is also related to health, I mean, women weren't allowed to study back then, but did they actually vocalize these health issues? Did they try to educate each other about the effects of alcohol, but also about other health issues that were beyond that? Or is there no connection to that subject?
There wasn't much connection. There were women medical doctors who became involved in the temperance movement, and surely that would have been something that would have interested them. There was a department called Scientific Temperance, and that was the discussions regarding the health aspect. Each of the WCTUs had that department, but I didn't feel from the work that I've done that it was so significant. Mostly it was societal, to close down saloons, to get people to stop drinking, to stop drunkenness. I see here and then here. We have 1.5 minutes. 2 more questions. Okay, 1 and then 2.
Okay, I'll then just ask one. Do you have any cooperation with WikiQuote projects? Because I'm working at WikiQuote, and I think it is very important not only to describe who the important women were in history, but also to transfer their own voice.
I'll give you your $5 after the session. I don't know how to do WikiQuote, but there are people who know how to do WikiQuote. And so let's shift some of this into WikiQuote. Those of you who know how to do it, jump in and start work on that. And then we have one more question.
Okay. Let me run the risk of being physically ejected from the room. Many of the early, I do a lot of writing on Portuguese women. Many of the early feminists, temperance women were upper middle class. I don't know whether that corresponds with your findings. So maybe, and they had tolerant husbands in some ways, who probably the building you showed in Chicago was funded to a certain extent by the rich husbands of these of these women. So what lesson that is for women in red, I'm not quite sure, but I just wanted to raise this point about the fact that they were upper middle class.
You're right. There were women who were upper middle class who had rich husbands, and that was helpful. But by no means was this movement limited to those women. All economic classes of women participated in this work. As for who built the buildings, it took money. And so, yes, it probably would have been rich husbands who would have contributed to that. But all levels of economic classes in all countries, women participated in the movement.
Sorry, just 2 words about the lesson in mansplaining. Build alliances is the lesson.
Build alliances. Yes. And thank you very much.
It's the last slide. Ostatni to jest slajd. Pierwszy poprosimy.
Zaczynamy już?
O.
Może zamknę nam drzwi, co?
Nie zamykaj, to nie jest twoja rola. Ja? Tak. Tak.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Dzień dobry. I'm Hubert Pajączkowski.
And I'm Aneta Ziemińska.
And we are from School with Class Foundation, which is based in Warsaw, in Poland. And in our foundation, we work with teachers and educators and for teachers and educators. And I would like to ask you, are there some teachers on the board here?
No.
There are no teachers, okay. But maybe educators. And some people are watching us online, so we are saying hello also to them. Our organization focuses mostly on supporting teachers with trainings, materials, tools to help them teach in friendly, open, practical way. And we are trying to give them meaningful experience, educational experience. And today we are going to talk about one of our projects, which is called Fake No More. It's international one. And I have another question. Are there some people from Poland here? Okay. And from Romania? From Czechia? Okay. And from Spain? No one. Okay. We have some international partners in our project. These from Poland, probably you recognize Demagog, which is association well known for fact-checking. Smimundo is a Spanish organization and it's focused mostly on creating materials for social awareness. Fakescape is a Czechia organization and it's teaching about media literacy through play and games. And at least we have also AdFaber, which is Romanian organization, and AdFaber is working with kids at risk of exclusion and giving them meaningful educational experience. And we also have our European Media and Information Fund. And today we are going to talk about connection between emotions and disinformation. But before that, we are going to show you the short animation in Polish, but it's with English subtitles, and probably you will see some tips to answer these questions.
Tak, to właśnie dzisiaj jest ten dzień, kiedy dowiadujesz się, że twoja ulubiona gwiazda przyjeżdża na wyczekiwany koncert. Uczucie euforii jest nie do opisania, więc szybko udostępniasz informacje o koncercie. Teraz okazuje się, że to była fałszywa informacja, która poleciała dalej w świat. Zdarza się też, że cała radość znika, a ty czujesz smutek. Na przykład wtedy, kiedy ktoś wyklucza cię z grupy. Zamiast porozmawiać o tym z zaufaną osobą, sięgasz po telefon i zaczynasz scrollować. Natrafiasz na coś, co wywołuje w tobie lęk i wzmacnia to twoje przygnębienie. Uwaga, twój telefon zaraz się rozładuje. Czujesz, jak rośnie twój niepokój. Zaczynasz desperacko wysyłać wiadomości do znajomych, nawet nie zastanawiając się, co piszesz. To chyba typowe, kiedy czujesz się spięty, co nie? To częste i zupełnie normalne, że emocje wpływają na nasze reakcje. Jak sobie z tym radzić? Przede wszystkim zatrzymaj się. Zauważ i nazwij to, co czujesz. Weź głęboki oddech i zastanów się, czy na pewno chcesz kliknąć.
Okay, so as you saw in our animation, in the Fake No More program, we are focusing on developing young people's self-awareness as a basis for building resilience to disinformation. So we are showing young people how our emotion, how our personal experiences affect our reaction on the internet, but also outside of it. We wanted to change teaching, the way of teaching about disinformation. We wanted not to show another tools for fact-checking or how to recognize disinformation. We wanted to start from our self-awareness and show young people how we are exposed to disinformation through our emotions. Yeah. So we developed a structure that is that has 5 thematic areas. So the way I feel, the way I think, the way I see the world, the way I react, and the way I act. And now we will go through all 5 thematic areas, so you will see how we are approaching this subject of emotions and disinformation in our project.
So the way I feel, and let me start from the basis because we are going to talk about emotions. And usually when we grow up, we don't talk much about emotions. We don't name them, sometimes we even ashamed of them, sometimes we want to hide them or pretend that they don't exist. But in our program, we want to map them, we want to recognize them, we want to name them, and we want to truly feel them. And for instance, we use some tools to help mapping our emotions. And this is a Plutchik wheel of emotions, and it's showing the wide range of emotion. These obvious ones, but also this one, who are maybe not that obvious. This is one of the tools. And actually, this is a good question, how emotions are related with disinformation. Because usually when we feel strong emotions, not only the difficult ones, but as you saw in the animation, also these positive ones, like joy, like happiness, we can feel and make actions without hesitation, without reflection, sometimes even against our own interests. So it's very important for us to map these emotions and to understand them.
Yeah. And in the way I think area, we are focusing on fast and slow thinking. So this is the concept that are based on Amos Tversky and Daniel Kahneman researches. What is fast and slow thinking? For example, when we are approaching traffic lights and we see that it's a red light, we instantly know that we need to stop. And when we see the green light, we know that we can go. And this is fast thinking, also called intuitive thinking. So we are doing things without overthinking. And we do it intuitively. But when we have to do something more complex, like, for example, preparing for this speech or for a workshop, we need to analyze a bit. We need to consider what we want to do, what we want to say. And this is slow thinking. This is also another way, it's called another way, analytical thinking. And the fake news encourage the intuitive thinking. So we are trying to tell young people how to stop, how to not to think fast. We want them to think slow. And then we have another thematic area. It's the way I see the world. And here we are talking about cognitive biases. So it sounds complex, but we are trying to do it in a simple and attractive for young people way. So evolutionary, the cognitive bias should help us, but unfortunately our brain didn't change that much since many thousand years. So they are now not working so much well. And for example, we have here the halo effect, which is effect when we meet someone new, and that person makes on us a good impression, then it positively influences on our opinion about that person, and the golem effect is the opposite of the halo effect. So when someone will make a bad impression on us, then we will think about that person more negatively. So we are showing this and other cognitive biases, and we are telling young people how to be aware of them, and we are teaching them how to recognize this situation when the cognitive biases are beginning to rule of our thinking. And then we have the way I react. Yeah, okay.
So in this chapter, we focus mostly on digital well-being, and we talking with kids and youth about the challenges that they face in their daily life. They face overwhelming of information. They face stress. They face like many challenges that they are related with online world. And we are talking with them not only about the quantity of time that they spend online, but also about the quality, which is crucial here. And in this part, we are trying to map not only the way that we face the information that reach us and what we want to read or what we don't to really read, but also about the circumstances around, so how we really feel. And in this moment that we have some emotions, how we react on this information.
Yeah. And the last thematic area is the way I act. So we are approaching our actions in the social media and on the internet. And here we have a chance to talk about social media algorithms, so more technical things than in other areas. So for example, here we can talk about the filter bubble. So is a consequence of the working of social media algorithms. So this means that only some pieces of information are displayed to us, and we don't see everything that is in the internet. We have only the small part of the internet that is shown to us. We can also talk with young people about the echo chamber, which is the effect when we are going inside of closed, for example, closed groups on Facebook that have the thesis that is already very strong in this group, and then we are more convincing ourselves that everyone around us thinks the same, because on this group we have the persons that are that think the same way and have the same thesis in their mind. So this is how we structured our program. And based on that, we designed and created the curriculum in the form of publication. So it has the title "Understand Emotion, Become Resilient to Disinformation." So it consists with the theoretical introductions for educators, so that educators can read something about what I already and Hubert we already said to you, because it sounds maybe complex for the teachers, but also for the students. So we want to provide them some knowledge so that they can feel more confident about what we prepared. And so we have, for each area, we have theoretical introduction, and for each area, we have several activity scenarios. And they are designed for people aged 10 to 12 and 13 to 15. But we know that educators are working with these materials with also younger and older students. They just adapt them to their needs. We also designed them that way so that they can be used in the smaller and bigger groups, sometimes even in the more individual work. We also prepared the multimedia presentation and printable worksheets, so it's easy to just take it and go to the students and prepare the lesson or the activity with them. And of course, we were trying and hope we did good. We prepared also in these activities, we prepared examples that are close to young people so that they can relate to what we are talking about. So we were trying to adapt our materials to their needs. And also we have another thing. Hubert, please.
Yes, last but not least, it's Octogram. It's a card game, and it shows the mechanism of locking us, trap us in the bubbles, in the filter bubbles. Actually, we brought some materials for you. So I really encourage Polish people, because this version is in Polish, but of course we have also a version in English and in Romanian, right?
Yeah, I will tell you in a moment about it.
Okay, so we have also materials to print it out on our website. You will see the QR code in a minute, but you can also use these ones for these who are Polish. And this is the game that we create with our partner from Czech Republic.
Yeah, and for the game, we also have the video instructions, some kind of tutorial, so it is easier to see the tutorial and to know the rules of the game. You can see it with your students, yeah.
We have one of the material here, so I will show you.
Yeah. So it is very, very nice to play it. It's, as we saw, it's also very nice to play it for adults, not only for children. So it has also some kind of storytelling part, building stories, etc. So this is a really nice game that is also educational game. So we can talk about what we are, about our presence in social media playing in that game.
Yeah, and as you said, you are not teachers or educators, but you can use this game in any other context, talking about disinformation and mechanisms that they are behind this.
Yeah. And all of these materials are available on our website, so School with Class Foundation website. They are free. They are available in English, Polish, Spanish, Czech, and Romanian. They are also on Creative Commons license, so they can be adapted to your needs. You can use them as you want. So we encourage you to even if you don't work with young people, just to see what's in these materials, because maybe some theoretical parts will be interesting for you, and I think that that it's really nice approach that gives us opportunity to talk about disinformation in more unique way than it's common, and I think that it's more our materials are through that more timeless, because we are not basing on the tools that can be not working in the moment, because the disinformation change, the disinformation materials are still in the change, and so this is more the approach. We are starting from ourselves, from our awareness, what we are feeling, and how does it affect what we are doing. So it's a very human approach. And this is it. We have 4 minutes still, but maybe you have some questions for us we can answer. I don't know if any questions also has appeared online, but if someone has a question, we can answer. If not, we can just finish a bit earlier, but we have also here our...
I have a question. Yeah. Have you reflected in the relationship between Wikipedia and the use of Wikipedia with information, not disinformation, but information? Because, for example, during COVID-19, Wikipedia was one of the most reliable sources to fight against disinformation. So I don't know if you thought about the relationship between Wikipedia and what you are doing.
No, we didn't, but it's a very interesting approach and very interesting question. And no, we haven't discussed it in our materials, but we are some kind of using in some theoretical materials. We are, I know that we are our, I don't remember the word, cytaty? Quotes, yeah. If we are having some cytaty źródła.
Quotes and sources from
Wikipedia. Quotes and sources from Wikipedia. So we are using and we are linking to Wikipedia.
I guess our partner Demagog Association is working more with Wikipedia because, as Aneta said, we are more like in preventional state. We are not really into disinformation, but what happened before. So how we are exposed on disinformation through our emotions. So this is the main topic of our program.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay. So we have here our email address. If you want to contact us, you can just write on that email address. And if you want to see materials that we designed, they are unfortunately in Polish. In the paper, we have only in Polish. But on the website, on this link, you will find all the versions. Also these international ones, and we have also some sweets for you. So please enjoy, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And we are here for a while around, so if you want, you can approach us and we can also talk face to face about our projects. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Okay. Last call.
Boarding time.
Just asking. Okay. Okay, nice to see you today. It's nice to see like not only young people, because the purpose of the session is not actually to host only young people. This presentation will be about CEE Youth Group and its members. That's the group that is focusing on the younger Wikipedians and Wikimedians. Actually, when we started the group 1 year ago, it was one of the initiatives of the Central and Eastern European Hub. The idea is to connect people who are below 26. It's not like this definition is not so strict, so we welcome also a bit older people, but the goal of the group is to get together and support younger generation. So this presentation is made by them. They will be telling you about their experience, and I have to change one slide. And 3 members of the group are here next to me. They will take it over now, introduce themselves, and explain to you more. Thanks.
Hi everyone, my name is Mari. I am from Armenia and I represent Wikimedia Armenia. I joined the youth group from its very beginning, like 23 May, and I'm very happy to be in this youth group, and I encourage everyone to join as well.
Hello everyone, I'm Nikos Likomitros, one of the members of the CEE Youth Group. I'm from Greece. I joined it in August 2023, shortly after the official founding of the CEE Youth Group, and I'm one of the main members of the group, overseeing many of its activities together with the rest of the members. So, it's your time, Janer.
Hello everyone, my name is Caner and I am from Turkey. I'm Wikimedian since 2014. Also, as you know, I am Media Contributor of the Year. That's all. Thanks.
So, the CEE Hub made a CEE catch-up. The CEE catch-up is a thing that Natalia Safran, the communication person from the foundation, does with the collaboration of the CEE Hub, organized a CEE catch-up about youth. And so, we had Marie, Caner, and 2 other speakers speaking about their presence in Wikimedia and the future of youth in Wikimedia. In August, the CEE Hub hosted the first meeting in 3rd of August last year, and this can be regarded as official beginning of the CEE Youth Group.
I'll tell you about the purpose of this youth group. So first of all, it is to provide a safe space for young Wikimedians in the CEE region. As you know, in many Wiki communities, young Wikimedians are underrepresented. So this is a chance to provide a space where a platform where young Wikimedians can gather together and express their ideas, make their voices heard, start some projects. So our purpose is also to build capacity among Wikimedians of the region, CEE region, and facilitate connections because we meet each other offline and online. And finally, last but not least, it is to motivate each other and, of course, others who are outside of our region.
After our first face-to-face meeting in CEE Meeting 2023 Tbilisi, we started to do some bi-monthly meetings as online. Also, in CEE Meeting Tbilisi, 5 young Wikimedians from the CEE region made some presentations about youth works in their country.
After the CEE meeting, the CEE Hub and the Youth Group continued to grow the CEE Youth Group together. Actually, after the September promotion in the CEE meeting in Tbilisi, October was a very active month in the CEE Youth Group with many new members from many countries onboarding on this youth group. In the same time, after our meetup in September, the CEE Hub began the process of building the process for a meeting in Prague, which was in person, and that it took place in November. The CEE Hub began the work for the meeting and provided the scholarships and everything for its members who wanted to come and visit and meet each other in Prague for laying a lot of work and preparation for the CEE Youth Group, and also the support of the CEE Hub in the building and the proliferation of the CEE Youth Group was continued.
So during the CEE meeting in Tbilisi, we were so excited to learn that we will have a separate CEE Youth Group meeting in Prague. And in late November that year, 15 active Wikimedians, young Wikimedians gathered in Prague, Czech Republic. We had like meetings there. We had a chance to get to know each other, and I believe that this was definitely the point where the group consolidated, because we felt that we belonged somewhere. And also we had the opportunity to meet everyone in person and make plans for 2024, create groups, and why not have a lot of fun?
As a result of the Prague meeting, participants, after the Prague meeting, we create some working groups in some different topics like game nights, communication, etc. And moreover, members can change their ideas and ideas during the meeting. Also, we did some brainstorms for the future events.
So we are presenting now what is the state of CEE Youth Group 1 year after its foundation. Some evenings in CEE Youth Group we are organizing a game night. Zaner, would you like to comment something? No. Zaner and Mariam are the main people who are organizing these games in behalf of the CEE Youth Group. This way we ensure that the participants get to know each other and have fun together, especially when we are not in the same place during a meetup. This motivates them and keeps a sense of a group and belonging. It helps the members to keep in touch with each other, and also this practice has been adopted in many Wikimedian clubs around the world.
Oh, sure.
Okay. For this special group, I did a special branding. As you see, also you can check this with code the branding book of the CEE Youth Group. As online, we have an Instagram page and Telegram page, but if we be real, we need to improve our Instagram page, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Please follow us. Also, shortly, I want to tell about the meaning of that branding. As you see, different colors and different shapes merged in youth text. It shows our different interests, different countries, different personalities, but together we doing a harmony for youth on Wikimedia projects.
And I'll talk about diversity. our group is very diverse and inclusive group. We are open to everyone who is interested, and we have 39 registered members as per our MetaWiki page, but we have 70 members on our Telegram group. We are quite active there. So if you join, we'll have like fun talks and not only serious talks as well. Also, I would like to mention that I'm so excited that within 1 year, we were able to engage representatives from 18 CEE countries. And I believe that this number will go up, and I hope that this number will go up after this Wikimania. Yes.
Thank you. Many national and localized youth groups like Wiki Student Clubs of Turkey, Young Wikimedians, which is an informal grouping that I initiated for the Greek young Wikimedians, and Wiki Camps and Wiki Clubs in Armenia help uniting the youth component not only in the sea level but also in the national level.
I'll tell you about youth in Armenia. Wikimedia Armenia has several initiatives which are aimed to encourage and involve young Wikimedians. There are mainly three initiatives: Wiki Clubs, Wiki Camps, and internships, university internships. And these are only for youth. Wiki Clubs, you know what Wiki Clubs are. They are a space where people gather together and learn. If they are newcomers, they learn about Wikipedia editing, Wikimedia projects. If they're not, then they're creating articles together, like student clubs in Turkey. However, our Wiki Clubs are a little bit different. They are for school students, and they are located in schools or youth centers. Currently, we have 8 Wiki Clubs in all parts of Armenia. As you can see from this map, it is quite widespread. And in total, we have 192 members, and there is a lot of interest in opening new ones. By the way, I would like to mention that most of the club members are girls, not boys. And I think this is a challenge for us, not having a lot of boys in these Wiki Clubs. They are having regular workshops where newcomers learn editing with the help of club coordinator, and along with the experienced editors, they participate in editathons, various projects that are organized by either Wikimedia Armenia or the club itself. Then we have Wiki Camps, one of the most motivating initiatives of Wikimedia Armenia for young individuals. By the way, I joined the Wikimedia movement by participating in a Wiki Camp in 2018. So every time I'm talking about Wiki Camps, I'm becoming very excited. So we have Wikimedia Armenia has 2 Wiki Camps for 2 age groups, 13 to 17, this is teens Wiki Camp, and 18 to 35 youth Wiki Camp. During Wiki Camps, we are solving 2 problems with doing Wiki Camps. First of all, we are keeping our Wiki Club members active and engaged because they have an opportunity to participate in Wiki Camps. This is a kind of motivation. And on the other side, experienced editors also become motivated because they also have an opportunity to participate in the camps. And of course, we recruit newcomers like me in 2018. And finally, university internships. Wikimedia Armenia is currently working with 4 universities, and university students do their internships. They are from various faculties, departments, and programs, and they do their internships at Wikimedia Armenia's office by translating articles or creating from scratch. This year, we had an unprecedented number of interns, around 145, and they there is a lot of interest in doing these internships. So most probably not this year, but next year, new universities will join our internship program. I'm giving the floor to Janet.
As youth in Turkey, we have some programs for young people. For example, Wikipedia education program, Wiki Students Club, Wiki Camp, and some editathons. In Wikipedia education program, Wikimedia community user group goes to some universities and high schools to educate the students about Wikimedia projects. Also in Turkey, more than 200 universities in 81 cities, and 24 universities in 12 cities is done. As Wiki Students Clubs, in Turkey now we have 4 students clubs in 2 years. Also, all student clubs has different focus points. If I give an example from my club, my student club is focused to international collaborations between other Wiki students club around the world. Also, in between the Turkish clubs, we're doing some internal collaborations too. And as Wikimedia Turkey, we're working to establish the more students clubs. WikiCamp, we did our first WikiCamp in Arhavi, Artvin, organized with Wikimedia community user group Georgia in May or June, sorry. In that camp, we did some editathons and education programs to students and current clubs students. Also, as I said, we have some editathons like Japan and Turkey friendship editathon, Wikicamp editathons, and various editathons like Woman in Red, Woman in Red, and Glam, Gender Gap, etc. Also, you can see some examples about the youth programs in Turkey.
Now let's see what the CEE Youth Group is doing. It's in Greece now. We have been doing various workshops, online presentations, and even Wikimedia hackathon satellite events to promote Wikimedia among young students in Greece. In 2023, we conducted I conducted the workshop for universities students in the School of Philosophy of National University of Athens. We had approximately 40 people, and I'm very proud of this because it was the first major workshop that I handled to enrich Wikimedia projects in Greek language. Greek user group works a lot with universities, with Athens, Thessaloniki, and Corfu more recently, showcasing various notable examples of youth participation in the projects. My Wiki Club is the School of Philosophy in National University of Athens Wiki Club. I founded it in November 2023, and we are doing workshops to promote Wikimedia to students. We do online meetups for the members. We use social media services actually actively to promote what we are doing and to onboard more members in the group. We are also trying to support young people in Greece to do their own things in Wikimedia, to do their workshops, to support them in building their own clubs, and we're trying to collaborate with the school authority to help us to grow more inside the school. And also in March, we did collaborative edition on Wikidata with the NDC Word of Bangladesh. Recently, we are also conducted the online presentation for the students of Critical University by me in the Department of Political History, also around for the students. And our president, Marius Megaloudidis, is also hosting an annual wikithon each year in Ionian University for young students who study in the mentioned university about enhancing the presence of young Greek developers in Wikimedia and Wikidata Media Week. We are also pretty active in Thessaloniki, and we have done a lot of outreach events for students in the past. We are aspiring to support more the students and their attempts to make wiki clubs and do more outreach events in universities in Greece in the future.
So if you're interested, if you're young, if you're from the CEE region, you can join our youth group because it will give you an opportunity to raise your voice. It will give you an opportunity to share your local experience with peers. And if you're not from the CEE region, you can create your own youth group. And we, as the first one of CEE Youth Group, we we'll be happy to help you, encourage you, and share our experience as a youth group. Yeah, that's it.
Yes.
Now I want to invite the first Wiki Club president of the Turkey, Isna, and yeah, I forget the university's name. Middle East Technical University Wiki Club President Toprak to share their experience in their clubs.
Everyone, it's like a bit surprise for me. I didn't know that I was going to share my experiences with you. So I'm just gonna do like a normal conversation. My name is Isna, and I'm a student of Üsküdar University in Istanbul. And like I'm gonna give you like a little history about myself and like how I joined to the Wikipedia. I joined to the Wikipedia in like a 2022. That was like there was like a Wikidata event held in my university, and I met Caner, Başak, and Zafer in the Turkey user group, and I saw how diverse and like colorful was the like a Wikimedia community, and I decided that why not? I wanted to join, so we talked with the Zafer and Başak, and we were like, how can we establish like a student club in my university so all the students can also know about the Wikipedia? Because in the earlier I was attending the Williams like a session, like all the students are like have like a pre-thoughts about the Wikipedia that you shouldn't use Wikipedia. Wikipedia doesn't like have good sources, etc., etc. And I was like, okay, I need to share this like information with them about the open knowledge and etc. So we established the student clubs in 2022, like after the Wikidata event, and my club is getting bigger and bigger, like as a participant, and we are working on more like gender gap issues, like sustainability and women in the wiki, women in the rat as a project. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, I'm Toprak. I'm an active Wikimedian since 2016. Sorry, I didn't know I was going to invite us here. So, I wasn't active as Wikimedian until 2 years ago, that I was participated in a in-person meeting in Istanbul for a Turkic meeting conference, I think. And I was met other Wikimedians first time in person, and they encouraged me to to do in my university something to encourage other people to join Wikimedia. And I saw Janar and some other people they was trying to establish a university student club in their university. And I decided why can't I do that? And I decided to establish a university student club in my university. Sorry. By the way, I'm a student in Middle East Technical University in Northern Cyprus campus. So there is no active Wikimedians in Northern Cyprus much. At least I know one or two people, but yeah, there is no community in there. So we established a university club there. I found some friends who interested. We organized some editathons, some seminars that I showed what is Wikipedia, how to edit, how to contribute. We invited other student club organizers, Isna and Janar, to Northern Cyprus. We had a photo walk. We encourage our members to contribute. And by the way, we established in last year, November or something, so we are a new club. Thank you.
Toprak is a bit shy, but I want to add that he was a big support also for new established Cypriot user group, because they had their first rapid grant approved, and the group is new, and they're more focused on outreach and communication, but he was the one who helped with editing and showing them technical things, so it was really huge support, and without him this event wouldn't even be possible. And the goal of the event was to unite different communities on the island, because as you know, Cyprus is a divided island. Okay, so the presentation is finished, and everyone who has questions is more than welcome to, yeah, and we have.
Hello, my name is Wafik from Malaysia. So I have two questions. One question for any of you from Armenian or Turkey. The question is, what is the ideal age for the youth group? Because as in Malaysia, we have involved students in Malaysia to join the photo walks at first, but we find it is a bit challenge for them to contribute in Wikipedia. Is there any suggestions of activities or Wikimedia project for them, and what is the frequencies of the activities that we can have them participate? Because it is not like we are going to make photo walk for every month. Is there any other suggestions you could recommend? And for the ladies, I forgot your name. And okay, yeah. Okay, so the question is, what are you enroll, the course you enroll in the universities, and what do you think about the Wikidata? Is it practical for you, and would you recommend that for the newbies, or is there any other Wikimedia project you would like to, recommend for the newbies? Yeah, that's all.
First of all, I think you asked about enrolling student clubs in universities.
For some people, Wikidata is a bit maybe technical. Are you enrolling in some kind of computer science or anything?
I mean, one of my team member, but he's not here. He's a engineer, so he's more into the Wikidata part. Some of the students, the newbies, the new member of the Wikipedia, when we talk about the Wikidata or Wikisource, they a bit scared because, as you mentioned, is a bit like a technical thing. So at first, we are trying to teach them about the general Wikipedia and then comments, because as you know, as a comments is more easier than to edit in the Wikipedia. So for the newbies, with most of the activities that we do is a commons project, a competitions, photo walks, and then wiki marathon. We most of the time we do a woman in the red marathons. So we do this for the newbies activities because they're not that scared of it. When we mentioned the Wikidata, they were like, "Oh, I cannot do that." So yeah.
All right, thank you.
May I just add something? I'll just add a short thing about Armenia, what we do, especially for those who are under 18. These are people who usually are, as we are translating from other languages or create articles, it is difficult. For people who are from 13 to 17, maybe they don't know the language that well to translate or create articles. In these cases, we suggest them to do Wiktionary or Wikisource. Wikidata a little bit, but mostly Wikisource and Wiktionary. But because Wiktionary was completed in Armenian, so we're working currently on Wikisource. And wiki clubs exist, so whenever someone is afraid to do the first edit, there is the coordinator, a wiki club coordinator. He is there helping, checking the article so that no error goes into the main page, and administrators or other editors try to not try but discourage this person. So wiki clubs help in this case as well. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Douglas. I'm a member of the WikiVibrance team. So for the CEE Youth Group, I just want to thank you because all along we've worked together under the WikiVibrance. So one comment for you, thank you so much for the work. That's my first comment. Then the second one is on the support or the linkage that you've received from the CEE Hub. Maybe I came in a little bit late and perhaps I missed that part. I don't know if this is something for you or maybe Barbara can be able to answer that. Yeah.
So when we started with the CEE Hub, youth component wasn't part of it. We had I told you during these days a few times about our goals and let's say pillars that we have in our hub. So youth was definitely not part of it, but one of our activities are programmatic activities and learning sessions. And one of these sessions that we organized, and youth members mentioned it, we call it CEE catch-ups. Those are get-together sessions when people get to talk about topics of interest. So just to give some example, we had different topics during previous years, like artificial intelligence, communication in general, media. And one of the topics that we thought would be interesting was youth in the CEE region. During one of these sessions, we gathered few active Wikimedians from the region, and it all started from there. As I mentioned, the youth were not part of the program, so we didn't have any finances to cover anything, any activities. And, well, we have to say money is important because if you want to get people at one place together, if you want to organize something, you need some money, you need budget for that. We managed together with Wikimedia Foundation project officer to reallocate some funds. So some activities that we realized that we won't need to do, we let it go. And then we managed to get some budget for Get Together, which was mentioned in Prague. And that's how it basically started. So it wasn't planned, but when we realized that there was a need, we acted upon it. And the idea was that we will provide support. So we don't have idea where this group should be going. The idea was let's help them to coordinate, facilitate meetings. let's do this administration and coordination of organizing the meeting, organizing first group, organizing meeting in Prague, because Prague was the place where first meeting took place. And during Prague meeting, we also worked, Klara mostly, she's the Wikimedia director from Czech Republic, and me, we worked with the group to create a strategic plan for this year 2024. And the plan was to try to write one grant proposal together, to establish also more activity on social media, to also organize another get-together, and these are the activities that we are also to organize youth game nights, which started. So basically, we are following this plan. Mari and I were writing one grant proposal together with Wikimedia Poland, and this is how we see the support. We would like to continue. Obviously, depends on financing, but we are definitely only to give support that they are asking us to do, and to do this coordination.
May I make a small addition?
Sure.
By the way, the CEE Hub has been supporting us through its employees and one member of the steering committee. By the way, the CEE Hub is also trying to bring us on the spotlight as much as possible. They also facilitated, together with the Wikimania co-organizing team, the conducting of the youth games yesterday in the venue. It was a result of work of many months that began, to be honest, from around January. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for this presentation. I've worked a lot in the US around internship programs for university students. I've always wanted to implement some type of programming for younger students, but I've been kind of apprehensive about putting 13, 14, 15-year-olds editing Wikipedia. What has been your approach to making that something, from a pedagogical standpoint? Like, how have you established the training for young learners, but also keeping them safe on Wikipedia? It's the internet, people taking their stuff down, or maybe leaving comments that they get, kind of hurt by. How do you approach all of that, kind of launching younger kids onto Wikipedia?
Thank you. I already mentioned that we have a lot of wiki clubs and around all regions of Armenia. So the wiki clubs are the safest place for young Wikimedians, because these school wiki clubs are in middle schools. They're in middle schools. So the students are like 12 to 14, 16. So they are the people who will get discouraged very early. So for this purpose, there is always the coordinator there. If they are putting something on Wikipedia, Wikisource, Wiktionary, any project, there's the coordinator who checks it first, and then there is Wikimedia Armenia who checks it next. So we're protecting them from others. I don't remember any case that very young aged Wikimedian in Armenia had a serious problem or anything. I don't remember, though I work in Wikimedia Armenia already for 5 years, and 6 years I'm Wikimedian. So I hope there will not be such case. So wiki clubs are the solution. We have found that solution for not youth, because we consider youth 18 to 35, this age group. And wiki clubs are just for teens in Armenia. Yeah. I hope I answered some part of your question.
May I go? Okay. Yeah. Hi, everyone. Well, that was a great presentation. So my name is Viola, and I work with many wiki clubs and many students, starting from 9-year elementary school, which is covering 14 years old kids, and up to university level. So I do have like 2 questions. The first question is, since I work with a lot of people, young people, can I have your presentation so I can just use this and I can share it with other people, young students? And this, yep.
This one.
Yeah. And the second question is like, what are the ways, like tricks or tactics, you can teach me or advise me so I can just like collect many people to join the CEE Youth Group?
I will pick. I will tell my opinion.
You can answer. I'm just.
Okay. My first opinion is that in order to join the CEE Youth Group, so that Albanian members can join the CEE Youth Group, I think they can do this. The only thing that must be done is to prepare them, to tell them about the CEE Youth Group and connect them with the members so that they are so that they become able to smoothly receive all the potential that they can receive about from the CEE Youth Group. Can you repeat the question a bit?
The second question?
Yes.
What ways you can show me so I can tell people to join the CEE Youth Group? Because I tell them there is the CEE Youth Group, it's really nice.
Yes.
You get together, you learn many things, you edit or improve articles together. But what would be something like a nice way or like how to attract them?
Yes. The ways that could help the Albanian youngsters to join the CEE Youth Group. So they can be, for example, the potential that they can make friends all over the world, at least from the CEE region, which is very important because socialization plays a more important role in youngsters. The other way is that they can facilitate international collaborations that will help enrich Albanian Wikipedia and Albanian wiki projects, as well articles about Albania in other languages. The third part is that they can get experience from that and facilitate the further development and the proliferation of the youth scene in the Albanian side of the movement. Okay, does anyone else want to?
I just want to add something, some tangible things. For instance, we as a youth group can have a meeting with young Wikimedians from Albania, an online one, of course, and we'll tell our experience, and I think it will maybe motivate them. Another one is because when you will tell them, oh, you know, this is amazing, they're collaborating, etc., etc., maybe this won't motivate them. Because we are their peers and maybe our language may be different. So it will help. Another one is that actually I believe that for a motivation, some things are needed, like tangible material things. For instance, we have exchange opportunities in our CEE Youth Group. Exchange meaning one person can go to another country and participate in an event or some workshop, seminar, anything for an exchange of experience. And another opportunity is this internship thing. They're similar, right? They're almost the same. So we had these opportunities this time, 2 opportunities. I think these kind of things will motivate young people. And of course, one thing as well, you have wiki clubs. We have wiki clubs. Some other communities have wiki clubs. We can start a project like a collaboration, a contest. Why not? Because the competition helps young people. So maybe something like this can help people be motivated. Thank you.
Hello. Next question is about student wiki clubs in universities. I have seen many such wiki clubs, and the problem is that there is some active user who starts such a wiki club in their university. He invites a lot of people.
they are active, doing great stuff, and then this leader and organizer graduates 4 years later, and everything falls apart, and nothing is happening anymore. So is there any recipe to turn the group of interest into an institution, I would say?
Yes, because he's in that situation.
I solved this problem as I met with my friend in university, and he joined to Wiki Club, and he started editing Wikipedia. Also, he first time he didn't know how can I edit Wikimedia projects, but he watched some wiki tutorial videos, and I showed to him some things, and he started to be a member of our club. Then, as my friend says, I graded to university this year, and I can't be more president. For this season, we voted to him for be president. Also, I will also support him for his activities. Also, he want to continue to our current projects and create more. Also, yes, as you said, finding interested students is a little bit difficult, but if they interest on something on Wikimedia projects, for example, my friend is not very active on create new articles. He loves to edit wiki data descriptions and adding photos on the articles. I think we earned him, and I can trust to him to continue our work.
I'm talking about in Turkey university situation. In Turkey, when you told the university that I want to create and establish new students, they want you to choose your core a member. So I think it's the key that for the continuous, you need to choose your core members carefully, because I'm gonna graduate next year, so my core member can continue do this a Wiki student club. So I think this is the key, the core memory. You should have to choose it very carefully.
I have to add a bit on this question. And my opinion is that we have not only to do what Janer is now suggested, but also to conduct as more outreach events as possible, and also to have some regular boot camps to onboard people. It's important to do events, both smaller and bigger, to onboard more people into the club, so that even after you graduate, your next core members and leaders graduate, there will be always people to continue the tradition of the Wiki Club in a university.
Is the Wiki clubs at schools, at universities connected to the lessons in these schools? I mean that the members of Wiki clubs could write an article as a, for example, exam. In Poland, in some universities, as the Jagiellonian University, Warsaw University, Poznań, Gdańsk, some students could learn from Wikimedia Poland, and they to edit Wikipedia, and they write an article as the exam of the subjects. And the university liked this because the students learned how to write an scientific articles, and also how to use the sources.
Yes, you can speak.
Okay, as Caner mentioned in his slide, we have a wiki education thing in Turkey, and Başak, and we have other members, Zafer in Turkey user group. They went to the university, they talk with the professor, and they even teach into lessons about what is Wikimania. Then in my university, especially in engineering faculty, there's a lot of professor does this as a assignment. And when I asked them why, they were like, we want to students know about the be more how can I say that? I forget the name. Be more active on the internet for the open knowledge and know how to write and research for scientific, a research or anything. I mean, they give it as an assignment, and students can know more about the Wikipedia.
I can point out several examples. One is from schools. There's a school, some schools use it, but there is a special school which has a wiki classroom, which is a class where, and it's for biology. The students have a topic like frog. I don't know. They create articles about frogs and their biologic everything. I don't know the terms. Anyway, they create articles and their teacher checks them. Afterwards, they are doing the class. They are telling about frogs or anything. They are telling what they did, how they created the article. So they are connecting Wiki Club and Wikipedia to classroom, to classes. This is one example. Another one is from universities. One of them I mentioned internships. These are graded internships. So they do internship at Wikimedia Armenia and they are receive grades for them. So it's part of their curriculum. And another one is from one of my universities. Yerevan State University, one of the programs, departments has an assignment, which is to create articles on a specific topic, and they are also graded. It's like part of exam because our exams is kind of different from Europe. It's a part of exam. They receive a grade for it as well.
Oh, I was listening to Marie and Esna. Esna? You were talking about the assignment that you're given by your professors, and did you have a kind of assignment sheet before you did editing or improvements on different articles?
I didn't get the first part. I didn't hear it.
Did your professors give you assignment sheets, like what to do, what the topic, how many words you can add, something like that?
Okay, we in Armenia we do this. The professor brings the students to Wikimedia Armenia because all our major universities are in Yerevan, so it's quite easy. They bring their students to Wikimedia Armenia. We teach them and. Yes, they have a list of what article they should create, a list of articles they choose from. Not the number of words, but I don't know why we count with pages, 10 pages. The article should be 10 pages for this grade, this and that. So they have a special, they receive an email with instructions and they do it according to the instructions. And Wikimedia Armenia teaches them before they start editing articles.
Thank you.
I will make a small addition. By the way, this depends regarding the size and the assignments of the articles on how you do the event. If it is a self-organized event of the Wiki Club, then it's free to choose the articles they want to do, or from a certain thematic if it's a contest. But in my case, for example, because I did it with a cooperation, because my first big outreach event was in cooperation with a professor, the articles were decided by the professor that with which I collaborated to do this event. So it depends on case to case.
I just want to
We have 30 seconds.
I just want to say, ask as a not so young Wikimedian, do you recognize any topics that young people prefer editing about those topics or prefer this kind of activities? What is different that young people prefer, young Wikimedians prefer?
So which topics? What are the hot topics?
I think it can, as I said, every students club has a lot of various focus points. Maybe it can be changed for them also, as individually it can change. But I suggest to young people should write articles about maybe young Olympics in their language. Also, you know, we are in Olympic season. Also, they can write some scientist, woman in red project, and culture, glam, etc.
As I seen, the young Wikipedians is more likely to edit on like a cinema industry, like a singer, like a TV shows, because they edit what they love. Yeah.
By the way, there was another one question that was.
We are rounding up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. It was really good.
Thank
You
you.
really talked a lot and you presented it well. Do you want me to take a photo?
Please, Barbara, please.
Das Taj Mahal gehört zum Weltkulturerbe seit 1983. Vor knapp 400 Jahren, 1632, wurde mit seinem Bau begonnen. Das Taj Mahal am Yamuna-Fluss gilt als das schönste Bauwerk muslimischer Architektur in Indien. Mehr als 20.000 Arbeiter errichteten es. Etwa 1.000 Elefanten brachten das Material aus ganz Asien nach Agra. Es dauerte 20 Jahre, bis das Bauwerk vollendet war. Das Taj Mahal ist ein Mausoleum für die Frau des Großmoguls Shah Jahan. Sie starb 1631 bei der Geburt ihres 14. Kindes.
Faudra qu'on aille manger après. Merci, hein, merci à toutes et à tous.
I'm going to try to keep the introduction brief so that we have time for actual discussion. If you read the session description, then you might have seen there's a link to the sort of wider annual plan work that this is part of. I'm trying to not bore anyone by mentioning objectives and key results and this kind of thing. We're going to try to go to the essence of what we're trying to sort of do here today. Then there will be a brief break for questions after introduction, and then the main part, which is the discussion. So we have 40 minutes, so if ever that's not enough time, I invite anyone who is interested to come tomorrow to our lunch meetup. It's going to be during the lunch hour in Lviv, so grab some food and come and chat either about this or other questions related to tool sustainability. For async discussion, we have the Tool Sustainability Telegram channel. If you're not already a member, this QR code is sort of the highway to join. So just very briefly, Wikimedia Cloud Services provides a range of, well, cloud services, of which Toolforge is sort of kind of the star. If you have something to deploy about the web service, whatever, this should be your first stop. This is what is called sort of a platform as a service. Then there are other services that you might be familiar with. We're not going to talk about them here today. So as I said, Toolforge is a hosting platform. It's used by both technical volunteers and internal teams, but most importantly by technical volunteers. So like a number that's often cited is that over 30% of edits to the wiki projects come from bots that are hosted on Toolforge. So just to get an idea of sort of the scale of things. So as a team, we want to make it better. But of course, it's not always that straightforward to know what better means. This sort of has to be defined. There are different user personas. As I said, there are internal teams. There are us as Toolforge admins. What's better for us is maybe not better for everyone. So we're sort of trying to start defining what better means. So when we're talking about improving Toolforge, we want to see this through a lens of sustainability. And sustainability is something that most people have sort of an intuitive understanding for, but it's still kind of a fuzzy term. So again, we're here to sort of start defining what it means in this context. And also, importantly, how we could measure it. Because I think it can be recognized that not everything that is worth doing is measurable or easily measurable. But we need to start somewhere. We need to have some kind of finger that points us in a direction. Like, what could we do? Of all the things that we could do, what would have the greatest impact? And we would like to rely on something else than just anecdotes or listening to the loudest and most repetitive voices in the room. Well, it's a great strategy if you want to get something done. Be loud, be repetitive. But for us to make decisions, we sort of have to have a broader picture than that. So again, I'm repeating that we're just starting to define what sustainability means, but at the sort of highest level, we think that there are technical factors on the one hand and social factors on the other hand. And then, of course, there might be some factors that are a little bit in between. So these are just examples. They don't mean to encompass everything. So a technical factor could be how easy is it to deploy and maintain a tool on Toolforge. Like, does it take 3 hours and 50 steps? Do you have to go all around Wikitech to find the documentation? Or is there a workflow that is actually fairly straightforward? More from the perspective of Toolforge admins is maybe how easy is it to maintain and improve the platform itself? And then maybe kind of the meta question is, how do we make data-informed decisions? And this also talks about the score in itself. The more data we have, the better the score is defined, the more we can know in which direction we should go. Again, social factors, there may be many, but I think sort of the most important question here is like, how easy is it to collaborate? How easy is it for a non-maintainer to step in if a tool is not working? How easy is it to find the source code and fork a project that's abandoned? So these type of questions. So to recap, we believe that sustainability is multidimensional. We would like some help with finding out which its most important factors are. And most importantly, for each of these factors that we might consider, we have to consider whether improving on them actually reduces the time, the effort, and the knowledge required to contribute and collaborate on tools. And so, again, more widely, the big question here is, what should we be working on? What will give us the most sort of bang for our buck or bang for donors' buck? Because at any given time, there are many, many things we could do, and there are many, many things we as developers and admins are passionate about, but we want to go in the right direction. So this is just an example to show you sort of the inspiration for the score that we're trying to develop. You may have seen this on something similar on GitHub. This comes from Library.io. It's basically sort of a composite score for a piece of software, as any software package. So PyWikibot is something that many people here recognize. And it looks at factors such as, like, is there basic info? Is there a README? Is there a source repository? How many contributors? How many stars? So this is just to sort of illustrate the concept. We're not going to try and evaluate tools in this manner, but this sort of type of score is something that we want to have for the Toolforge platform as a whole. So I sort of try to reduce the questions to two basic ones. So one would be, what are the key technical and social factors that should influence this score in your opinion? And again, I'm sort of not trying to ask you to brainstorm in the abstract. I sort of want your personal user stories, the work that you do, the tools that you deploy. Maybe you are an end user of a tool, or you are a stakeholder in some other sense. So also when you speak, I would like you to sort of to lead with, what sort of user you are and what perspective you come from, so that we understand your personal story. And so the second question is, how can we develop a collaborative framework that allows for continuous input and iteration? So this would be a first step here with you all, but how could we continue this? Because we as a team, we can imagine some things that we think will be an improvement, and we're doing that already as part of wider sort of annual plan work. We're trying to reduce the steps of deployment for tools, and we're trying to design a UI, a web UI that would make it easier for newcomers to not have to SSH and become your tool and do all these things. So we believe that that's something that's going to improve things, but we also recognize there are many other things that we can't even imagine. So we're asking for your help. So this is the end of the introduction. Any questions before we start discussing? Yeah. Maybe should I give you a microphone?
Thank you. I like the idea of a score to just kind of organize all the kind of tools we have. But for example, we should maybe have a division between mandatory requirements and soft points for a score. For example, having a license file is probably a mandatory requirement because otherwise we do not satisfy core terms of services of Wikimedia Cloud, for example. So maybe it's somehow important to have this division between hard requirements and extra points to have a good score, maybe. So, for example, having a README is okay, but that's maybe something mandatory to point to the license or this kind of extra details. Maybe a good point, maybe, is the README containing build instructions, but maybe a README by itself, it may be too little or this kind of thing. So it's maybe good to have this kind of division. So harder requirements and extra points or extra, I don't know. This was just my thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So yeah, you probably know there are already some hard requirements, and license is one of them. Then a different thing is, of course, enforcement, whether this license is actually easily viewable for people. And that is something that could be. Same thing for source code. Everything is supposed to be open source. Part of that is the right to fork and so on. But is it being enforced? I agree these are sort of two different questions. Thank you for that.
I was wondering in the prioritization that you are making, whether you are mainly or fully looking at sustainability from the point of view of presence of software developers, or do you also want to take factors into account like certain tools are really highly, often used by Wikimedians, by users, they have lots of users. Is that something that is important to in the weighing as well? So from what perspective are you looking at this?
So if I understood your question right, you're talking about critical tools for the community and the support or possibility of support that they're getting. So I sort of have to caveat that this is sort of beyond the mandate of our team. We would love to, but we can't just adopt all the tools that need some love. But maybe we could help in the way that we could surface data about the state of tools, the health of tools, the impact of tools, that would then make it possible for other people to point to this and say, hey, this is what's going on, we need some help, we on the basis of this, we're gonna, I don't know, request a grant or do something. So in that way, we could help, but for sure we can't recruit all the software developers to help with all the tools. Unfortunately.
No, but I can imagine it's a factor that may motivate developers to work for certain tools because they know that the tool is really often used. So it can be, even though it may not be the core thing you're measuring, it may be something that helps in,
For sure, there have been conversation about this in the past also. I don't know how familiar you are with ToolHub, which is sort of an information hub for different tools. And there could definitely be developments of this that would make it possible for people to flag tools as abandoned or, star them as, hey, I'm using this tool for this thing, or try to go in that direction. So this is something that has been talked about in the past, but for reasons, things have not happened. But yeah, definitely this is something we are also thinking about.
First, to comment a bit on what Sandra said. So I also think that it could be seen as part of the, you mentioned social sustainability criteria or something like this. To have number of users there, it indicates that it's useful, but also to see the users also as people who help maintain it, reporting bugs, and maybe even like going through the bugs and helping in the issue discussions. So even if there's only one developer, there can be an active user community who actually helps in the development as well. And then a bit more wider, I was thinking maybe there should be a third kind of category of these sustainability criteria. I tried to formulate it as something like the resource aspects. So how easy is it to get formal help from the foundation or affiliates? And I suppose that can depend then on which language it's written in and what kind of technical choices have been made. Is it something that the foundation staff can help with or cannot help with? Does that make sense?
Yeah. Would you mind elaborating a little bit what you mean by getting help from the foundation or affiliates? What sort of help are you thinking about?
So if I chose a language that no one in the staff uses, then probably they can't help with my code. Whereas if it's something that they can help with, then maybe in some situations, even if I'm the only developer, I'm not alone with the code in the sense that if a certain change is made, it could be factored in that we will provide some help to the tools that need to adapt to these changes. So then it would be part of the tool sustainability, whether such support is available to this tool or not.
Okay, so say that a tool written in Rust, for instance, it would be considered that, well, it would be difficult to get help because we don't have that many, maybe Rust developers, whereas if it's Python or something more common, then it has a greater chance.
Exactly.
Yeah, from that sense, okay.
Hello. Also, maybe we have the opportunity to give good points to projects who prefer Wikimedia GitLab and or Wikimedia Gerrit instead of GitHub and Bitbucket, because it's really, I think, a strategic point from our perspective to give good points to people who allow contributors to just join a free software like Gerrit and GitLab, instead of becoming a customer of Microsoft and or Atlassian. And so it's maybe a good moment to do this kind of so evaluation of points based on where is the repository. So maybe it's a good thing. Also because we have a lot of repositories that are only on GitHub and so not just a mirror, but a really core development on GitHub. I don't know how many people here have personal repositories or work on repositories for Wikimedia that are only on GitHub. Can you raise your hand? We have maybe some repositories free for people. Okay. And only on Bitbucket, some persons who... Magnus Mainske, okay. So, but it's maybe a good moment to think about where are our projects and maybe. So.
Yeah, I think beyond the sort of ideological aspect of this, I think I do agree that it would help if we had them closer to home in a sense, and it could also help with discoverability. For instance, on GitLab we have the Toolforge sort of organization. And now when you create a tool on Toolforge, you can get automatically your repository on GitLab. So it's easy for people to do it. And it's easy for us to know where the code is in that sense. So I would agree from that perspective.
Responding a bit to what Valerie was saying, I don't think scores are or penalizing or rewarding projects by doing something or the other is the best way to encourage certain types of behavior, because I believe people just do whatever is easier, and if we don't make that path the easiest one, it's going to be rowing against the current, or whatever expression would apply here. So what I was going to suggest was precisely this, that we should think about the happy path, for a beginner especially, because someone who already has some experience, they may make some choice about what platform they use to host their code or whatever, but we want to encourage everyone who is joining to have an easy, for example, if I create a repository on GitHub and I want to host the result as a web page, I can just go to the settings and turn on GitHub pages. There was, at least when I tried to do this for Toolforge, there was no easy way to do it. I had to come up with this hacky way to sync the GitHub repository with Toolforge so that I could have the tool hosted on Toolforge, but the code still on GitHub. So these steps that I took, because I wanted my tool on Toolforge, it was in GitHub pages before. This is the kind of thing that if it was easier, I would have done it. So I don't need any score to tell me you're not being a good citizen of the community. So I believe that might help a lot.
A direct answer to this. Thank you for this comment. Again, the point system would not be to say, hey, you are a bad project, you are a good project, but it would be to say 67% of all the tools on Toolforge are on Wikimedia GitLab. And if we think that it would be a good thing to increase this, then we could start thinking about how, and maybe, as you say, by making it easier, by making it the default way. So it wouldn't be pointing at projects, say, bad project, good project. But just have this data.
I wonder if you're aware of the CHAOS community. I apologize if it was mentioned earlier in the talk. It stands for Community Health Analytics in Open Source Software. And they develop a series of metrics around open source projects for sustainability. Not all of them are implemented as numerical scores. A lot of it is also just good practices. So I wonder if you have any contact with this community.
No. Thank you for bringing it up. CHAOS?
Yeah, with 2 S at the end.
CHAOS, yeah.
You had asked for comments and about the presentation itself. Are we now moving? Are you still waiting for that, or are we moving to the experiment, personal experiences that you were asking also? Just to make sure.
I think we kind of flew into it.
I do have a couple of thoughts about that in particular. Some of them are already mentioned, but essentially, for me, I don't develop a lot of tools. I'm not that used to it. So it's the most important factors for sustainability, in my perspective, are making the process easy enough that I can replicate it even if I come back to a tool like 2 years later in the next hackathon or something, and I don't have to remember how to do all of these small steps. There are some things that help, like the Git TLDR page, the documentation in general. But for example, I think it's VS Code and some other tools right now have a way to log in via the browser. So right now I have to have the SSH key in my laptop, but if I change laptop, I have to register a key again. So if there was a way to log into Toolforge to update my tools in a more user-friendly way, that might be the kind of thing that would help with beginners to not have as many friction points. Also, the Toolforge seems to be very much centered in server-side tools, so tools that run a server-side component. But I would, again, there are lots of things that can be done with just a front-end component, and many more people are comfortable with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript than with PHP or whatever, Python, whatever. And it's also simpler theoretically. So maybe allowing documenting or even making it easy to host that kind of tools could also help with making those tools more making the community more healthy, as in people engaged continually into. Sorry if I'm rambling.
No. Very, very good points. So yeah, so having easier interfaces to Toolforge is something that we are working on. I would discourage anyone to try to connect from VS Code, as that's not really a good license.
I'm sorry,
but
maybe I didn't explain clearly. I meant VS Code has a login system that works via the browser, so you just click a link on VS Code to log in into VS Code. So something similar for Toolforge, but not via VS Code. That's
okay. Yeah, no, I just mentioning it because some people have been trying to connect to Toolforge through VS Code SSH, and we're not very okay with that. That's an aside. So you're talking about having a web interface through which you can go to Toolforge. You don't have to have your own SSH keys. You don't have to remember all these steps. Am I interpreting this correctly? Yeah.
There's an online comment, so I'm going to read that. The comment says, there's probably the widest support on Toolforge on the official Telegram channel or the IRC channel for Wikimedia Cloud. There should be a new section on, quote, using with GitHub, end quote, under the existing document section, and then share and maintain tools. Is that generally what that person is hearing?
I'm not sure I understood the question.
I'm not too sure because I'm just repeating the person that wrote that question. So I guess we have some time, so we could wait for him to follow up.
Yeah, if they could follow up, that would.
So whoever viewing the stream, could you clarify your question, please? Thank you.
Yeah, I have the problem with tools on Toolforge that unlike every other Wikimedia servers, there are no local caching servers, so everyone comes direct from the central data center, which leads to problems from some internet providers and makes some tools that sometimes basically unusable because of slow loading times. Are there any ideas to have also caches for Toolforge?
I think this is not a question I could address right now. I would be grateful if you open a Fabricator ticket explaining your problem so that we could address it, actually, with some more time.
Yep, so the online comment just says, in general, improve the Toolforge documents, documents or documentation. They didn't say what it means.
Okay.
Who else?
I'd like to comment on this, like how to make deployments easy is kind of part of it. Yeah. So I would like to see as much automation as possible, that it doesn't have to be really that simple if it's automated, and if there's a nice template that I can use to set up a new project, for instance, a static files project template. It does the CI/CD, maybe with nice branch or pull request reviews or kind of previews, so that I can see what it looks like. Then it's easier for multiple people to collaborate as well, because I'm been getting pull requests that are not kind of from people who don't know so well kind of the background why the tool is like the tool is. So then for them, the easiest way is also to make a pull request, and then everything else would be automated. So they can see if their pull request worked or not. I don't have to explain to them why it doesn't work, if that makes sense.
So if I got it right, the idea would be to have some simple template workflows for things like static web pages that are relatively simple.
Yes, and some
so for people can only think about actually submitting a PR and don't have to think about the whole CI/CD and all of that.
Yes, but then to like the current situation, at least for me, is that I don't know how to make a CI/CD for a Toolforge project, so there is no automated CI/CD now for the projects I work on. So
I see.
I would like to also take the opportunity to make a provocation that I sometimes do in these circles where Wikimedians and open source developers are mixed, which is, could we figure out ways to make open source software development and collaboration a bit more wiki-like? So right now, Valerie gave a good example of Magnus Mann's Bitbucket repositories. There are dozens of issues, dozens of pull requests. Some of them do work. Some of them might need some CI/CD to make sure that they work. But it's very difficult to rely on a single person. And this model of I am the developer, I am the person who is responsible for integrating changes, kind of could be a bit more open if we think about how wikis work. Like, people can just make changes. And of course, I'm not suggesting that anyone can commit to repository, but maybe we can have different levels. I think it was someone said about something about criticality of different tools. So for example, for tools that don't make changes, that don't make edits, for example, or don't have side effects, let's say, maybe a more wiki-like way of working could be adopted. And this would encourage more people to get involved, like you were saying, make pull requests for small things that could be changed without overloading the main maintainer. And I believe that we did a bit of this when we adopted we implemented the two policies, I think it's the mandatory source code and the right to fork. No, adoption, right to adopt, something like that. The ability to adopt a tool that has been abandoned does not exist, for example, on GitHub. If the maintainer abandons a tool, nobody can go and continue it. You have to fork, and everything that references it needs to adjust. So maybe something a bit more open could be, we could think about this as a way to make the software development a bit more wiki-like and also make it more sustainable by lowering the barriers to participation. So it's just a maybe hypothetical idea, but I like to get people thinking about it.
So how would you see this implemented in practice? Is this just about policy that is then enforced, or?
In technical terms, for example, if we have a way to signal a repository as being low risk, there could be, for example, a bot that automatically merges a code contribution that gets thumbs up by other community members, for example. So even if the maintainer is unavailable, that contribution could be integrated. Or, I don't know, I'm thinking off the top of my head, but automation, as he said, is probably a good way to implement this. But we need to first decide what we want to encourage and then make that path be executed somehow.
Yep, just another comment online. Just very suggestion that maybe start a monthly 1 to 2 hour Toolforge meetup instead of once a year. So that was a suggestion.
So we do actually have a monthly Toolforge meetup, or are we talking about? We're talking about online meetings that anyone can join. If so, we do have one, but that one is most for Toolforge admins or anyone who has sort of a stake in the platform administration itself. But really, anyone who wants to join is welcome. But I think I would agree that we haven't done a very good job of sort of promoting this group. So yeah, I hear you.
So just a reaction to the comment we had. One of the things that we can encourage through the metrics is having repositories with multiple maintainers. Like, try to encourage to have like not only one person that is able to merge, but having a core team for the tools. The more the tools are important, maybe the more we need to have like 3, 4, 5 people that are able to merge. Maybe not 10 because it starts to be too much, but maybe that's something that we could try to encourage, because, like, as you said, some tools, if Magnus disappears, then we are fucked.
I think there's never been a conversation about this topic without Magnus's name coming up several times, and no one knows what to do about the situation. So.
Yeah, I think the problem was where the suggestion was to make the development of the tools more wiki-like. I think the simplest solution would be to treat critical tools in the same processes like the MediaWiki software itself. So have them in the same system of development, the same with the equal structure.
Are we talking about sort of the foundation adopting certain tools that are considered
yes, basically
core?
that the tools are adopted by the foundation.
Or at least there being some sort of pathway. yeah. Yeah, this is something that comes up every time as well. I think that's related but sort of a separate topic.
Where can I find out more about this meetup that you mentioned? Because I don't think I've heard of it before.
So it's on the schedule. Are we talking about? No, you're not talking about the meetup tomorrow here.
The monthly one that you mentioned.
You're talking about the monthly Toolforge meeting?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Criticism taken. We will advertise this better. If you haven't heard about it, it's probably not your fault.
Or should it be a new monthly users?
That's another possibility. I will follow up on this.
Anyway, we say the hello to Magnus. So if Magnus, are you listening? We just will say that we love you. We love your software. We are sorry if you had not Wikimedia GitLab. We are sorry if you tried to adopt the differential, but the differential was ugly, and so everybody adopting differential was failing. We just think that maybe Bitbucket is maybe not the next step, just that. Just to clarify my position. Thanks, Magnus.
I'm sorry, just to add what you were asking about specific examples. On some wikis, on MediaWiki wikis, we have the concept of auto-confirmed editors. And also in Stack Overflow, you have that system of where you go, as you make more contributions, you get more rights. So maybe something like this also could happen. For example, after you make several pull requests to a repository and get accepted, for example, in Wikimedia's GitLab, we could implement a way to automatically give people more permissions to help maintain those tools. This is another way that could help sustainability of those projects.
I had one more. Like, I want to suggest a metric for diversity. Like, from how many countries do we have maintainers? How many projects have maintainers from both global north and global south, and so on. I think this is also part of the sustainability, so that like we are well represented globally.
We need to make sure also that people are okay with us collecting this data, but I agree it could be interesting.
All right, let's thank her again for this wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
There we go. Ooh, and with a big evil-looking clock.
Countdown.
The evil-looking clock is good because our goal here is to talk for only about 20 minutes and to make sure we leave about 20 minutes for questions. So please don't interrupt the speakers while they're going. Take a note if you have a question that you'd like to ask. Hi, I'm Luis Villa. I'm a very former WMF at this point, co-founder of a startup called Tidelift, and currently I'm on the board of Creative Commons, and I write a extremely occasional newsletter on open and AI. And we are here today to talk about the Wikimedia Foundation's AI activities. So I'm going to introduce our speakers real quick, and then we'll get right into it. Or I'll let them introduce themselves. Layla, why don't you, or Mariana, you're...
Hi, Mariana Pinchuk, future audiences at the Wikimedia Foundation. Also note that there is a QR code and a URL for a survey. It's just a little survey of general questions about your thoughts and feelings on AI. You can take that at your leisure. You can fill that out now or after the session, but it'd be great to just get some feedback. Thanks.
Hey everyone, I'm Olga Vasileva. I work with the web team at the Wikimedia Foundation. I mostly think about readers and readership.
Hi everyone, I'm Sam. I'm a product manager on the moderator tools team, also responsible for the Wikipedia library at the foundation, and I've been editing English Wikipedia for about 10 years now as well.
Hi everyone, my name is Leila Zia. I'm the head of research at the Wikimedia Foundation. For the purpose of our conversation here, the research team does two things which is relevant to this conversation: developing the models, the AI models that we use in products and features, and we also do user testing and understanding kind of the needs of users. There's a separate team, machine learning team, that holds the infrastructure where the models are served from. That's a separate one.
So cool. Well, thank you, everybody. So we're going to really tackle two big topics today. We're going to start with how are machine learning and AI, and I realize that these terms are a little bit loaded and complex. Please cut us some slack because we're trying to compress everything into 40 minutes. So machine learning, AI, how are these capabilities getting incorporated into Wikimedia tools and products sort of right now? We'll start with that with Layla and Sam. And then we're going to talk about what new AI capabilities is the foundation exploring this year, and how can communities and users get involved in that. So we're going to start first. Layla, you've been working on Liftwing so that the research team can collaborate with ML and product. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so the Liftwing is hosted and managed by the machine learning team at the Wikimedia Foundation. I can talk about the model part and the collaborations with product and Liftwing. I'll talk first about kind of what we call the core tenets or the values that we follow for developing the machine learning models. As many of you know, the Wikimedia Foundation is committed to guiding a set of guiding principles. And there are a few guiding principles that we actually draw from when we look at the ML and AI technologies. One is open source. The other one is internationalism and particularly multilinguality of the models that we offer. The freedom and free, which is part of the guiding principles. The vision and mission of the Wikimedia Foundation focuses heavily on humans, and that's what we center. The work that we do is to enable and empower the humans to do the work that they want to do on the projects, all of you, more efficiently, more effectively. The foundation is committed to human rights policy and privacy policy, of course, and those, again, inform the way we choose which products and basically what kind of AI technologies to use and offer. And lastly, we have technical considerations beyond everything that I said. This can be infrastructure limitations or constraints that we need to consider. When we are talking about the large language models, we need to think about the effectiveness of these models, the readiness for the projects. And these are some of the more kind of technical considerations that we have. I'll pass it to Sam to talk about some of the products and how we work on products, developing AI and using them.
Yeah, thanks. So I'm going to talk a little bit about a project that we're working on at the moment called Auto Moderator. It's basically an anti-vandalism bot that can work on any Wikimedia project or any Wikipedia project. And we're using a machine learning model for that at the moment. So it's a new model called Revert Risk that the research team has been working on. And really, when we decided to use a machine learning model to kind of solve the problems that we were thinking about, really we were looking to the community, the existing anti-vandalism bots that are out there use machine learning to kind of score these edits and make decisions. And so that seemed like the obvious place for us to start exploring, does this make sense? I will slow down, sorry. And so we turned to the research team. They have been working on this new revert risk model, and that seemed like a perfect fit. It's a, can we decide should a revision be reverted or not? We get a score for that. And really for us then, the first question was not, let's dive in and start building a tool around this. It was, is this model good enough for the community? Do editors think this is trustworthy enough, produces the right kind of results? And so before we wrote any lines of code, we went through a whole testing process. We generated some data sets, we scored a bunch of edits, we shared that pretty widely with the community, and really were trying to get that feedback. Is this model good enough? Do you trust it? Should we move ahead with this product development? Ultimately, we could have spent 6 months, 12 months building something and then found out that actually the model just wasn't good enough. The community didn't trust it. So that's how it went for Automoderator, and we've been using that model now for a little while. It's the model that we're using first is just a machine learning model. Speaking about terminology being confusing, we're hoping to move to a model that integrates a large language model that can do a bit more kind of complex reading of the actual text of an edit and then use that to generate its scores as well. So I'm quite excited to see if that improves things as much as we hope it will.
Is there an estimate on a timeline for that, or still TBD?
Yeah, so at the moment, Automoderator is deployed on Turkish Wikipedia. We're doing a test there. We're hoping to get it on some more wikis in the coming weeks. If you're interested in trialing it, please let me know, because we'd love to test it on some more wikis. And then in terms of moving to that other model, there's some technical considerations we need to make, so I don't have an exact timeline, but we're going to start exploring it soon.
Very cool. Yeah, I mean, this is one of these things that we've been hoping for a long time. I mean, my team funded some of the Aura's work a decade ago, so it's very cool to see this happening. So, I mean, speaking of that, like, let's shift into what are we seeing coming in the future. So do you want to talk about edit check, Sam?
Yeah, absolutely. So this isn't a feature that my team is directly working on, but I've been working with the editing team, speaking with them a lot about it. So edit check, you might have seen in some of the other sessions, it's been mentioned. That edit check is some software that will show newer editors some kind of in-editor guidance. So when they make an edit, if they are kind of contravening the policies of that project in some way, giving them guidance on how to make a better edit. At the moment, the checks that the editing team has been working on are very rules-based, very specific types of edits that they're looking at. But in the future, they're looking to incorporate, I think, a large language model to tell, for example, maybe the edit includes kind of peacock language, the kind of language that isn't appropriate for an encyclopedia, for example. And
for those who aren't familiar with English Wikipedia's terminology, say more about what a peacock edit is.
Yeah, so that's the kind of language that kind of inflates the subject in some way. It isn't neutral. It isn't factual, perhaps. It's more descriptive. And so,
Sam is the greatest person on the product team, right? That would be the greatest there.
Exactly. So if I was a new editor writing Sam is the greatest, edit check might pop up and say, perhaps you
totally
should use a
objective.
Yeah, definitely a citation needed. Yeah. Well, how can? I mean, two questions. So you said you're working with some, in a very formal rules base, but you'd like to expand the rules. How are you thinking about how you work with communities of editors in a given language or edition? How are you thinking about translating their feedback into rules, or is that still too early to say?
Yeah, so the plan with edit check is to make it very flexible, customizable, really that each community could figure out exactly in which way do they want to use this model. No specifics just yet, but certainly the idea of giving the community that configuration ability to customize exactly how this works is definitely on the roadmap. The idea is not that this should be a black box that you just trust that it's going to work 100% how you expect it to work.
For people who are interested in following along, is there anything public on Meta or anything that they can follow?
Yeah, so for both Automoderator and Edit Check, if you go on mediawiki.org, search either of those terms, you'll find the project pages.
Very cool. Very cool. So Olga, what's your team working on this year?
Yeah, so I feel like our involvement is a little bit at earlier stages, which also makes it kind of exciting, I think. So, like I mentioned earlier, a lot of what we think about...
Hang on, before you start into that, when you say we, for those who aren't familiar with the Foundation's internal structure, you mentioned you're sort of web team, but you work with the reading team. Say more about that.
Yes, so the web team in general takes care of the interfaces of the site, both on desktop and mobile, but most of our work is focused on readers and readership. So we really think about making it easier for readers to access Wikipedia and the other wikis, and also for readers to have a better experience while reading the wikis. And I think this actually connects a lot with what we're trying to do with AI. So a lot of what we've been thinking about lately and a lot of the research that we've seen has shown that what readers really have been telling us is that they don't necessarily need more content on the wikis, on a variety of wikis. They don't necessarily need more ways of looking for things. What they really need is to be able to find things in a more easy and straightforward manner. So what we hear a lot is, I don't quite understand this, or I just want a summary of this, or why can't I look at content from multiple articles so that I can just get a quick overview? And those are the kinds of tasks that are working off of content that editors have already created. It's already there on the wikis. And so I think a lot of what we've been thinking about is how to make that easier to surface and easier to find. And this has brought us to the question of AI in a couple of different ways. So the first one is really this easier to find kind of idea. So a lot of what we've been looking at is different ways to recommend content in ways that are fair and privacy focused, which is a little bit different than, kind of how other places, I will slow down, so yeah, how other places recommend content. So how can we use machine learning to provide recommendations in this different way? The other thing that has come up a lot is different ways that we can reuse or remix pre-existing content to make it easier to find, easier to read. So a lot of the things that we've been looking at here look at things like summarizing articles or simplifying articles. So for example, if I am a student and I'm reading something that's a little bit above my reading level, can I make it easier to understand for me? And so from the research team, we're working on some models that we are hoping on experimenting with. And yeah, so we're very early in this work. We're starting with a number of different experiments in these more open-ended areas. And a quick plug, one of the main things here too that we're thinking about is how communities will plug into this work, exactly where does the human sort of fit within this loop. And so we will be having a session on this tomorrow on kind of really beginning the conversation on, okay, well, assuming that we have some of this sort of machine-generated content, how do we moderate it? How do editors edit it? And how do we have a community approach to it?
Yeah, I was going to find, I mean, one of the things that's always been a little bit of a challenge, and I think always will be, is that difference between how editors perceive readers and how readers perceive readers. Like, does AI bring any new wrinkles or new challenges to that gap, or new opportunities?
I think so. I think one of the opportunities, especially here, is kind of what I was going for earlier. I feel like editors and the way that we think about the wikis is we've created these units of existence. So for example, on Wikipedia, an article is a unit, an image is a unit, whereas I feel like the way that readers see the wikis is more as a learning opportunity that's a little bit more of a journey. A rabbit hole for them isn't a bunch of distinct articles. It's kind of, oh, I was learning about this, and then I was dragged on this journey of different information. So for them, it isn't really as important that this exists within distinct pages or with distinct units of learning. And so I think sort of breaking that boundary, which AI can help a lot with, is going to be really helpful and really interesting for readers to be able to learn more, which we're trying to optimize for, but also to understand the content a little bit better, and of course, maybe one day even become interested in creating it.
Just one point to add to this, which is I wonder how this relationship and the way many of you who are editors are going to think about this in some years. We know that machine translation technology is changing rapidly. It has arrived at a very good place for some of the languages, and it's lagging for many of the other languages. But if you think about like your role in 5 years, or let's say 10 years from now, you may be writing encyclopedic content for a reader that you didn't imagine today, right? So a reader who is in another language, who is accessing that content as part of like a bigger pull from the encyclopedia, from many different parts of the encyclopedia. So that's, I think, a relationship that I'm not sure how much we think about today, but it can change because many more people who don't speak your language may be reading your content, who may not be reading it today.
Right. I mean, for those who are familiar with simple English, you could easily imagine that some of the work of simple English becomes a little more automated, though, to your point, still needs to have a human in the loop. Mariana, do you want to talk about what you're working on?
Sure. So I talked a little bit about this at the earlier AI session, if anyone was there. But I work on a team called Future Audiences. We're a small R&D branch of the Wikimedia Foundation. And our mandate is to kind of go out there and explore some of these new technologies and spaces where people are learning in different ways to try to understand what are the new ways in which we can serve knowledge and share knowledge and get new contributors to the free knowledge projects that might help us to overcome the big challenges that I think we all see around us with new kinds of technologies coming along that might become the default for how people access information, like AI, like virtual assistants. So what we've been working on over the past year is trying to really learn how to bring the value of Wikipedia to people outside of Wikipedia. We've been doing that using large language models and AI and testing out little prototypes. We created a feature called Citation Needed, which is an experimental browser extension that allows users to highlight facts, claims that they encounter online when they're browsing the web, and check to see what Wikipedia has to say about that claim. So that might mean that you'll get back information from this extension that tells you, oh, Wikipedia actually disagrees with this claim. Maybe it's not right. Or Wikipedia fully confirms this, and here are all the references. So things like this are what we're really trying to test out in very lightweight ways using the available third-party technologies. And our process is to learn and to recommend bigger investments to all the other product teams to really try to fully productize in the ways that Layla was talking about with a free and open source consideration, considering the biases that are inherent in some of these models, trying to choose the models that provide the most language support, all those other things. But we just provide the information to the teams about what are the most promising kind of use cases. And if you are interested in learning more, I also have a session tomorrow afternoon, and I'm going to be demoing a new experimental browser extension that's geared towards contribution. And it uses the kind of synthesizing, analyzing power of AI to give you more information about information that you're seeing on the web, and helps you as a Wikipedian to consider maybe adding new facts and references that haven't been added to the projects yet in a kind of more seamless way. So come to that, and it'll be available for you to play with and test and give feedback on.
I installed that first browser plugin, and it didn't work in my browser, so now I know who to report bugs to. It's a weird browser because, of course, things are weird. You mentioned that sort of bias question, and I suspect that's on the minds of a lot of people here, right? I mean, I think the good news / bad news is that this community has been thinking about that problem for a very long time in the context of our own content, which I think has prepared. I think the average Wikipedian is a lot better prepared to ask questions about AI bias than, like, honestly, the average AI developer. Because they're just like, well, we got it from Wikipedia. It's not biased. And, like, all of you in the room can sort of groan. And, so how's your team thinking about some of those kinds of bias questions?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the way that we prioritize what experiments to conduct is every year the Wikimedia Foundation writes a set of external trends, which you may have seen in the annual plan. It's kind of the preamble to the annual plan. It's some key trends that are happening in the world that should guide our understanding of what work needs to be done and prioritized in this year. And in this year in particular, we have had and are continuing to have the largest number of global elections and hotly contested global elections like maybe in all modern history. And I'm sure everyone is aware, and wherever you're coming from are probably thinking of a specific election that is either coming up or has happened already. So we know that this is a year where information is going to be very hotly contested. It's a year where AI tools are getting more aggressive at presenting more real looking, but maybe not real information. So the idea of bias actually kind of inspired this whole line of work around helping people navigate an increasingly fragmented and confusing knowledge ecosystem on the web, and one that's increasingly being supercharged with AI, disinformation, misinformation, and all kinds of really awful stuff. So, so that's really how we think about it: is what can we do using the power of Wikipedia to help inform and help people in this very tough, chaotic time. And is that a role that Wikipedia could play more of in the future? We know that this is how people have been using Wikipedia, right? Like they'll encounter a fact or they'll hear something and they'll go and open up a web browser and www.wikipedia.org and they'll go and find the article. But can we make that so much easier and more seamless now with the new capabilities that AI offers? So that's how we think about it.
Yeah, my 8-year-old son asked me like, literally just the other day, right before I was getting on the plane, he's like, so can I just ask Wikipedia? And I'm like, sort of.
One day.
Right, and so the answer is, yeah, I'll just introduce him to Mariana, and we'll get that done. We'll get that done. That comes to the end, sort of our prepared, structured. Do folks in the audience have? Yeah, folks in the audience have questions. Yeah, we'll pass one of those. We'll start with this, and then we'll figure it out.
Hi. Christoph Henner, so nice to meet you again, Luis. Yeah, I changed and I grew old. You did too.
I don't have any gray hairs. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. So a couple of questions. One which is kind of follow up this morning, but and it's good that you have other people's view, is that one of the concern I expressed this morning is that we are addressing AI from a feature perspective, whereas it actually is going to be a game changer in knowledge consumption altogether. The example I gave is I'm not the regular user, but I'm not any longer using Google for knowledge consumption. I use GPTs. And I know they're stimulating, they're not good, but as a random user, I don't go for 100% right answers. I go for what serves the purpose when I need it. So if I need I use a death date because I'm a bar, and when did Kennedy die? 1963. It seems good. Okay, it's good enough. I'm at a bar. So my question is, in everything you shared, you really are talking about features, whereas I do believe the biggest challenge is that we are going to have newcomers coming that are going to provide totally new ways of consuming and interacting with knowledge, fully personalized way. That's what AI allows, that every single users have a different content when they look for a question. And those are very, 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 very big, deep, technical, philosophical, ethical questions that I don't feel are addressed. And I say feel because I don't know if it's true. And another question linked to that is, as technical and product person, are you working also with the communication team? Because I also do believe that a key thing in us being successful in going into the next step will be not only the brand recognition of Wikipedia, but the understanding of what we're carrying in brand. And if I explain that for a second, is with the improvement in video generation, image generation, we're going to see a surge of fake influencers, even more than today. We already have them, but they are going to provide fake content, which normally, if mankind is a good thing, will entails that the worth of trust to a brand and understanding of what a brand is and what is beyond is going to be paramount, which goes very good. So first, where is the work and discussion about the philosophical, longer question, and second, the communication part? Sorry, I talked.
I was about to say, before you all answer that question, the next person who asks a question, I will cut you off after 30 seconds. I still love you, and I want to give you a hug afterwards, but... You get one. Yeah.
I'll go with the first question around search. So this space is changing very rapidly. There are a few things that we know. The search behavior, the old search behavior has not changed completely yet. Users are using new technologies for doing things primarily that they couldn't even do in the past. So there are new use cases of the technologies that are coming that are important for us to be aware of. And there are ongoing, active area of research, ongoing research. You can look up Microsoft research. They're doing some good research on this front. And the prediction at the moment is that the people who are going to be involved in the space of knowledge production, what they call knowledge production and knowledge workers, are going to more and more move towards a space where instead of doing a search query, you're going to activate agents that are going to do different things for you on the web or on the internet and bring that knowledge to you. So these are the things that we know and we're aware of and we're carefully following to see like how trends change. But the change is not complete, of course, and it's like we're in that space and we're considering that as we are thinking about what products or features, at least on the research end, like what kind of technologies we invest and test and experiment with.
Yeah, and on the brand question, you're actually super spot on. And one of the core stakeholders of my team is brand, and it seems a little counterintuitive. Like, what does brand have to do with future audiences and exploring LLMs? But it has a lot to do with it because this whole idea of taking knowledge and bringing it out there into the world from our projects, people need to associate that with something in order for it to kind of come back and get contributions and continue the virtuous cycle that's created this whole wonderful masterpiece in the first place. So yes, we're definitely working very closely together, and specifically on the kind of short video front, that is something that we're very interested in exploring this year together in various ways, and happy to talk more at my session tomorrow, just to get you all there. I know it's a Saturday, so I'm trying to drum up interest. Come to my session.
I was going to say one other thing is that if any of you have very specific questions about one of the particular technologies, everybody will be available outside on this side because it's easier to get to for you all after the talk, and obviously also at sessions tomorrow. So, which isn't to say don't ask in the 12 minutes we have left, but if you do have one, you can also ask it afterwards. Go for it.
Hello, I have 2 questions. First of
30 seconds, one question.
Okay. My question is that earlier when people wanted to get some information from Wikipedia, they went to Wikipedia itself, opened a page, and read it. Now you can have an AI to make a summary of information from Wikipedia page, or a Google search page showing you a block of the most important information, and that may be enough for you. So my concern is that Wikipedia, being now an interface which people see, will become a back-end, only giving information to other services, and people will cease to see it with their eyes, and may in the future there will be less awareness that Wikipedia exists in the first place.
Yeah, just a small fact check on that. There has never been a time at which the majority of people coming to Wikipedia came directly to www.wikipedia.org. In fact, the majority of our readership has always come from Google, and other search engines. But so I think I'm not saying that what you're saying isn't correct, but we've already experienced this in a slightly different way. Google takes Wikipedia and shows the results, shows it in the results links. It also takes information from Wikipedia sometimes and displays it at the top of Google search, sometimes not, maybe attributing very clearly that information is from Wikipedia. But I guess what I'm saying is that I think AI is on a spectrum that is already existing and definitely threatens more disintermediation, a lot more than these experiences have in the past. But it's something we've already hit And the good news is that we have not been eradicated by it. There are still people who know and love our brand and will find us in any given search experience. We'll try to hunt down the link, the direct link, to get back to our projects, even when we're not at the top or not prominently displayed. So, but I mean, I think you're absolutely right that like that disconnection from our brand, from the actual place where you can go and contribute, is one of the biggest risks that these third-party AI tools present us. And sort of what Christophe was saying, bringing the brand and bringing the attribution and the credit into these experiences is going to be really, really key. And it remains to be seen whether these organizations, these companies will collaborate with us on that. But I think, they rely on this knowledge too. They're all trained on Wikipedia. They need Wikipedia to exist. So I think we actually have quite a bit of leverage to press on. And
if I can add something on that. Oh, wait, I've already got a microphone. I'm in charge here. I mean, one, I can say with great confidence that this is a problem that the Wikimedia executive leadership has been worried about and talks about regularly for a very long time, right? Which isn't to say it's a bad thing, just that there's a constant strain of awareness of the foundation of what that means. And I do think, but I am worried with my Creative Commons hat on, the commons part is, I think, under some unique stresses. And I expect when we come back here next year, hopefully Creative Commons will be able to say a little bit more. I don't think we're quite prepared yet. But yeah, but that's going to be a big challenge for all of the, I mean, we're seeing this in, Reddit has had its huge set of upheavals over that, Stack Overflow. That's not unique to Wikipedia, and I suspect a lot of the open movement is going to have that discussion in the coming year, not just Wikimedia. Did one of you want to add something, or we do have a next question?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to add really quickly that I think that's why we're also trying to invest in both. So Future Audiences is really focused on that future state where we are seeing more content off platform, and ultimately maybe even encouraging some of that content being off platform, because that means we're being better at our mission. We're delivering more knowledge to people, regardless of whether they're on the site. And then teams like the web team or a variety of the teams that Sam is working with are working really, really focused on the website itself, and we are working with AI on the website in more kind of traditional, yes, feature-focused ways, but ways that in the short term will also allow us to benefit from these technologies while we wait for the longer-term strategy to come.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing all those great innovations. It's clear from what a number of you refer to that there's a shared set of values and principles that you're applying. My question is, to what extent are those, or can they be, codified, documented, and shared? So as the ED of Wikimedia UK, I'm speaking on a lot of panels and conferences about AI, and I'm sort of making up our position, right? I was in a Common Cause session on Tuesday, and Creative Commons shared their draft principles, and I thought something like that would be so useful. It may even exist. So it's a question about where that sits, and could that be more widely shared?
Yeah, I actually almost asked, I almost interrupted your talk to say, are these on Meta somewhere?
Yeah, so everything that I mentioned here is on Meta or Fabricator. So they're public, but they're not in one place. We are bringing them to one place. So we're working on an AI strategy paper, and that is going to bring kind of the pointers that we consider on this front, like in one place. And they're, of course, going to be shared publicly. And this is just like an announcement. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. in room 1, I'm going to talk about that strategy paper. It's not on the schedule. So if you're interested to talk about AI strategy, just come to that conversation and we can talk more. Room 1 at 9 a.m. Room 1. Tomorrow morning, 9 a.m.
I'm going to interrupt James before he gets in. You were talking about this sort of distinction between the things we're doing with the sites we already have and the more forward-looking stuff. I'm curious, have you seen any third parties do any cool experimentation? Because there's this sort of very generic, which is that, for those of you who haven't followed closely, all of the large LLMs are not just trained on Wikipedia, they are multiply trained on Wikipedia. Wikipedia is weighted more than other text sources in essentially all of the, so that's the very generic way of how does AI interact with us. where the source of that. Are there cool or fun or thought-provoking things that you've seen from other parties? Obviously, you all are doing some of it, but are others?
Yeah, I mean, I think anyone who's following this space, it feels like every day there's a new browser or a new chatbot or a new service like Perplexity or Arc that's trying to they're trying to replace Wikipedia, and they're doing it in different ways, but they're essentially trying to collate information on any given topic and sort of present it in new ways using AI. And I think those are all really interesting to watch. I don't think we've seen, well, we haven't seen anything that's going to kill Wikipedia. Hasn't happened yet. But I think everyone is still really trying to grapple with helping this new AI experience make sense to ordinary people. I think everyone in this room, just by virtue of being a Wikimedian, you are far and above more technical than the majority or that kind of the average population. And I think a lot of folks are still pretty skeptical about AI, and it's a little hard to use and a little weird, and what is it, and where is this data coming from? So I'm actually really keeping an eye out for ways that these like amazing new capabilities are packaged, because I think ultimately that's going to make or break any new AI product, is how it can actually interact with a human who isn't technical and who doesn't know what LLM stands for or RAG or whatever. And I haven't seen too many experiences like that. They're still kind of rough around the edges. I think we're still very early days. And every new Google AI pilot and whatever AI pilot still has a little bit of that like, this isn't really fully baked yet feel to it.
Well, let me present just a thought question. We've got about 3.5 minutes left. There's one question back there, one question over here. But I'll say that we'll close in about 2.5 minutes. Would love to hear, there's a lot of very good reasons to be worried about what this means for the Wikipedia. There's a lot of good reasons to be worried about what it means for the world. But I would love to hear, when we close, are there things that make you go like, oh, but this is actually really cool and exciting, right? Like maybe overall you're still losing sleep, but I would love to hear if there's anything in particular that like, actually this really excites you. But let's get to these other questions first, and you can think on that while the other questions are going on. James.
Yeah. You sort of got to the devil's advocate question of maybe it's okay if it's off the platform a little bit. I think so. I'll sort of repeat my earlier question that we didn't get to of what are we doing from a safety perspective to make sure that using AI or others using our AI doesn't hurt the brand, doesn't hurt the users, doesn't create extra work or make things worse from that perspective.
In the very draft version of the AI strategy, we talk about this. It's very draft, so this can change. But today's thinking that I have on this topic is that it is important for us to continue investing on platform, for traffic to come on platform. There are a variety of reasons. As you said, safety is one of those reasons. There are challenges around censorship. Actually, can people access the knowledge that we're all contributing on the projects if it's just going to be used and accessed through intermediaries, which can be connected to all sorts of governments and entities and places? So that's a concern for us. We want to have the best platform possible for people coming and contributing to knowledge. So that's kind of my today's thinking. Again, like it's draft, this can change. But I think it's important for us to focus on that.
Thank you. Maybe I can perfectly add to what Louis asked you. So I would be interested in if there's anything that is really worrying you. So like the opposite of what there's something you're really excited. If there's something that is really, because from what I've heard now so far, it is quite a positive outlook, I think, in general. So is there something that really concerns you in terms of the recent developments?
Well, since we've got about a minute left, why don't you give one quick, really concerning, and one quick, really positive, and then we'll,
So the concern for me is the concern that Louis talked about, the comments being extracted more and more from and not giving back to. I think this we need to solve. That's my concern. That affects Wikipedia, it affects Wikimedia projects and the broader open movement that we're all part of. I'll say in terms of what I'm looking forward to, in the short term, the coming couple of years, I'm really looking forward to two things. One, much better support for users with extended rights to do more, to have access to more automation. We are now having a lot of low-hanging fruits with these types of technologies, so that's what I'm very excited about. And I had one more thing that I forgot. Oh no, yeah, search and discovery, like basically bringing more things to people that we couldn't really bring. It was very hard before, and it's much easier now, at least in good chunk of languages.
I think in terms of concerns, I'm concerned about the sort of huge amount of AI slop we're seeing elsewhere on the internet. I think Wikimedia is fairly not immune, but has good defenses against that so far. I'm not seeing huge concerns, but it seems good so far. And then in terms of positive stuff, I think we focus a lot on like the generative AI, the creation of new content. But in Automoderator and in Edit Check, I gave 2 examples of using an LLM both for the analysis and kind of addressing of issues, which I think is a really powerful and capability that I'm quite optimistic about, whereas I'm not very optimistic about the generative stuff, personally.
It's good to get to work on the stuff you're excited about.
I guess from the pessimistic side, I feel like I'm a little bit concerned about, just kind of culture as a whole shifting away from having values rooted in reliable information and encyclopedic content. And I think the way that we position ourselves on AI is really important to that conversation overall. But yeah, what makes me feel really positive is I feel like for a really long time we have amassed a lot of knowledge, and now we have just new ways to bring it to people, not so only so they have access to it, but so they can actually learn and use it in their everyday life and in their learning journeys, and that's really cool.
People on the stream you can't see, but in the back they are like waving and screaming. So Mariana will be quick.
I worry the most actually about TikTok and how generative AI will create new, like was mentioned earlier, terrible, scary influencer AI videos. But also on the opportunity side, wow, generated video seems really cool, and maybe we should explore that as a tool that can be brought into our communities and make new knowledge formats possible.
Thank you all. This is really exciting that the foundation is pouring so much energy into this, and I'm glad to have such smart, honest, high-integrity people working on it. So thank you all. The reason I did this is because I emailed Mariana. I'm like, hey, can we hang out? And she says, if you mean by hang out, you mean moderate the panel.
This is how we socialize.
Yeah. This is our love language.
Thanks so much, Louise.
Of course. Of course.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to our afternoon session on within the strand of advocacy. My name is Maja Drabczyk. I'm Polish. I represent Centrum Cyfrowe, so I think and do thank based in Warsaw, but a very warm welcome to Katowice. I hope you're enjoying the city, the region. It's unique, Silesia. Today, we want to introduce you to an initiative that we have been and by we, I mean a global community of passionate advocates towards open cultural heritage and open culture. We have been involved for the past at least 2 years, led by Brigitte and Connor from Creative Commons. And what we're trying to do within this global, let's say, activity is to create an instrument, a policy instrument that will help us improve the openness of the cultural heritage. And we want to do it in the context of UNESCO. So today, the session is divided into 3 parts. The first one is for us, and actually Brigitte and Connor, to introduce you to the initiative and tell you a bit more about what it is that we are after, what our goals are, and what the process is, and what the next steps for us are. Then we have invited a group of our colleagues and experts to introduce the theme a bit more and the value of openness within or of cultural heritage for different stakeholders and for different disciplines. And then finally, I hope it is over to you when we ask for your support and your examples that can support and provide evidence for our work. But we will, step by step, hopefully introduce you to all the 3 tasks. Without further ado, Brigitte, could you introduce what TAROCH is?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Maya. So my name is Brigitte Vizina, and I'm the Director of Policy and Open Culture at Creative Commons. This is my first Wikimania event. I'm super excited to be here, and it's so nice to be in a room full of people. And I'm very excited about this initiative, and I hope that I can communicate that and I can spread my enthusiasm and my passion for this project in this session. So as Maya said, we have launched this initiative very recently, and I want to give you a little bit of context to bring you up to speed so that we can have that conversation that we plan on having later on in this session. So maybe just a few words about Creative Commons first. I think it doesn't need an introduction in this setting, but just to make sure that everyone is aware, we are a global nonprofit organization that was founded in 2001. We're the organization behind the open copyright licenses, the CC licenses, and public domain tools. And 20 years after our founding, we started the Open Culture Program with generous funding from Arcadia. So thank you very much for supporting this really crucial work. Our main goal is really to promote the sharing and to help people reconnect with cultural heritage in the digital space. So we know that cultural heritage often sits in cultural heritage institutions, is used by a wide range of users, academics, scholars, artists, but also members of the general public. And we want to make sure that sharing is seamless and respectful in this complicated ecosystem. Why Creative Commons? We think that our tools, especially Creative Commons public domain dedication tool, CC0, and the public domain mark, are very important and useful tools to identify materials that are in the public domain and communicate that in a way that enables their reuse. So Creative Commons really supports the use of these tools in order to identify and tell everyone that these materials are in the public domain and can be reused by anyone for any purpose. Unfortunately, in this day and age, there are still too few open GLAMs, so galleries, libraries, archives, and museums. Too few cultural heritage institutions have an open access policy that enables anyone to use the objects in their collections in a free and open manner. Some estimate put them at around 1%. So only 1% of cultural heritage institutions worldwide enable access to their users in an unfettered way. This is far too little, and one of the reasons for that being the case is that we have a very lousy policy environment. The laws that govern how cultural heritage is being shared are not adapted to the online environment, and we end up with very insurmountable obstacles for cultural heritage institutions to enable access to their collections. And one of the culprits is copyright. A lot of the laws under copyright make it very difficult for cultural heritage institutions to digitize works in their collections and also make them available in a very open way so that they can stimulate further creativity and further uses. And so this needs to change, and this is why we're here. This is the main reason behind TAROCH, is that the policy environment is not conducive to cultural heritage institutions making their collections available, and we think that this is one important pathway that we can change things. So TAROCH stands for Towards a Recommendation on Open Cultural Heritage. The H was just added recently, and I'll explain a little bit why. It used to be TAROCH without an H, but we realized recently that open culture was a little bit too broad as a concept, and many people understood different things under open culture, and so we really want to focus it on cultural heritage. What that is, we are not in the space to come up with new definitions, so we're going to rely on what UNESCO considers cultural heritage. But basically, the acronym is a very handy way to simplify or to give it an idea of what the goal is that we're really trying to work towards a UNESCO instrument that would promote open solutions to enhance access to cultural heritage. So as Maya said, this is a community initiative. Many of us here in the room are part of this community and the driving force behind this movement. Creative Commons offers some kind of secretariat support for the moment, to make sure that the project is running smoothly. But we really focus on community efforts. Our goal, like I said, is to really encourage UNESCO member states to draft and adopt a recommendation or another instrument promoting open solutions to enhance access to cultural heritage. So note that we are not adopting the recommendation. It's not a community recommendation. The ultimate goal is for UNESCO member states. And so we're not really in the driving seat when it comes to adopting the instrument, but as members of civil society, we can put pressure on member states and convince them that adopting such an instrument is a great idea. And what we think this instrument will change, so our ultimate outcome is that finally cultural heritage will be more equitably accessible to all, and in line with UNESCO's broader mission and open and heritage-related policy goals. Because what many people maybe don't know is that UNESCO already does a ton of work in the field of open educational resources, open science, open solutions. They actually call them open solutions in all sorts of fields, but somehow the connection between open and cultural heritage hasn't been made very clearly, and that's what we're in the business of, is to show that open access to cultural heritage is actually a way for UNESCO and its member states to achieve their goals. So we're not trying to force a square peg in a round hole. We're not trying to convince UNESCO to do something they've never done. We are actually in the business of showing them that open access is actually a very useful mechanism for them to achieve their cultural policy ambitions. They just haven't made that connection yet. And I'm generalizing, of course. To give you a few key milestones of how TAROCH took off and where we stand now. It was launched last year, so it's just a year old almost, or just over a year old, I should say. And in May 2023, we organized a roundtable in Lisbon, which brought together a lot of open culture enthusiasts and experts to kind of explore and get a lay of the land and see if there was potential for such a movement. And the conclusion was that there is. There was a lot of fresh enthusiasm, new connections, a lot of interest in pursuing this goal. We were then able to produce an information brief that kind of summarized what TAROCH is about, what are its goals, what we think it can achieve. And very happy to say that it's available in over 10 languages through efforts by volunteers to translate it into their languages. At the CEE Summit in Mexico in October last year, we held a session to identify what are the values and principles that underpin our movement towards open culture. So really trying to suss out what is our common foundation, and if the values seems to be a good place to find common agreement and see what we're really in for. And I'll come back to the values a little bit later, but the summit was also an opportunity to get more translations of our key documents. And I'm very proud to say that Connor is leading our translation efforts brilliantly, and we have, I think, a really wide variety of resources in various languages. Then at Glam Wiki in Montevideo, some of you were there. We held a session also to understand what would it mean to have TAROCH for the Wikimedia community? And we came out of it with many lessons. And I would say some of them had to do with some of the risks and the pitfalls and kind of the boundaries that we need to respect if we're going to promote openness, what we need to be worried about, what we need to be mindful about. One that comes to mind is access to cultural heritage in times of conflict or in zones of conflict. What is the impact of making cultural heritage available when there's a war or when there's also humanitarian crises going on? So this is something that is fueling our reflections on how to approach openness in a mindful way. Then this year we held community consultations on the values again. So it's been a very thorough process. We did lots of consultations, surveys, and I'm happy to say that we're coming up with a second draft of these values, which I think will really provide some common language and some common vocabulary and, like I said, a foundation that really unites us and that we know that we're in it for the same things. Maybe these will be around community and collaboration. There seems to be a lot of support for this kind of values, for respect and trust, making sure that open does not break any trust relationships between peoples and their cultural heritage, and equity and sustainability. So again, ensuring that it's not open for open's sake, but we are pursuing equitable access. And then the last milestone that happened very recently in May was that we held a strategic workshop in Lisbon again to really try to see, okay, now we have some principles, we have consensus on what we're in for, how are we going to do it? And that brought around 50 participants from all over the world who really got together to understand how the UNESCO process works and how can we build a roadmap with very clear steps on how we're going to convince UNESCO member states to adopt such a document. And I'll go into a bit more detail around this. And the latest milestones is, of course, right now at Wikimania. We're really hoping that this session will give us more data points to have a more informed process moving forward. So this is a picture of our group. Like I said, we were around 50 people. We had a 2-day workshop. The first day was really about bringing everybody up to speed, getting basic concepts down and agreed upon. And the second day was about drafting this roadmap. So having a very clear path forward with steps about what everyone can bring to the table to move this initiative forward. So our goal for the workshop was really to define that roadmap. But we also have very interesting outcomes. 10 of them are summarized in the next few slides. First, we have some outcomes of a substantive nature. The first one I want to mention is that we have a rationale that is more clearly steeped in fundamental rights. So open access can, of course, help achieve many kinds of objectives, but we realize that open access to cultural heritage has a real grounding in enabling people to enjoy their fundamental rights of access to cultural heritage and enjoyment of the arts. That is in Article 27 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and also in Article 15 of the UN International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. So it is a way for people to realize and enjoy that fundamental right. We also have a clearer position within the UNESCO normative landscape. So UNESCO is a huge UN organization with a massive mandate spanning culture, science, and education. It's very complex. Even cultural heritage matters are divided within sectors at UNESCO. So we're not solely dealing with the cultural sector. There's some issues that are being dealt with under communication and information. So it's a very complex and crowded, I want to say, normative landscape. And so burdening, so to speak, UNESCO with yet another instrument is not the right way to go. We need to find ways that build upon all the instruments that already exist and really insert ourselves in a strategic way to show that openness is a way to achieve those other objectives in the normative landscape and not contradict them. We also have a refined substantive scope on open heritage. That's what I mentioned earlier on with the extra H. It used to be TAROCH, open culture. Now it's TAROCH, or however you want to pronounce it, with CH, really with a focus on cultural heritage. And there we try to kind of sidestep all the issues that have to do with contemporary creativity and the rights of artists and contemporary creators who still enjoy copyright in their works. So we want to make sure that we are really focused on cultural heritage and even a narrow focus on preserving the public domain. And we think that this is a strategic move for us to come in very narrow with a very specific ask and make that issue so important that there's going to be no choice but to adopt an instrument. So not trying to cover all aspects of culture that proved to be, that big tent that we wanted to build just collapsed. So we're just going to go under public cultural heritage in the public domain. That might change, but that's where we are now. We also had some formal and process-related outcomes. We have a clearer understanding of the elaboration and the negotiation process at UNESCO, thanks to UNESCO experts and representatives at that workshop. We know the timeline, we know what kinds of documents need to be submitted at what time, etc. And that seems very formal and maybe a little bit tedious, but it's crucial if we want to be making interventions at the right time and with the right stakeholders. We also have a more agnostic position on the nature of the instrument. So TAROCH, as you remember, stands for Towards a Recommendation on Open Culture. And a recommendation refers to something very specific at UNESCO. It's a very specific kind of instrument. And in order of importance or the level of binding force, we have conventions, which are the most binding, then recommendations, and then underneath declarations, and then underneath all kinds of other instruments. And we've been told that a recommendation is quite hard to get, even though there's one on OER and there's one on open science. We thought, well, then the next instrument on open culture should be a recommendation. But some experts have said, you might want to try a declaration first. It's got a lower bar and it's maybe a little bit easier to get past member states. So we're agnostic and we'll see how far we can get. Of course, a recommendation is still our goal, but as a kind of plan B, we'd settle for a declaration. We also have a clearer sense of alignment with ongoing UNESCO and UN work. As I said, a lot of work is actually happening on open access within UNESCO, especially for education, arts education, digital commons, Pact for the Future at the UN. There's so many initiatives that are aligned, and we want to make sure that we are in that flow and that we're not, acting in isolation, but show these connections and show that we're actually all contributing to these efforts to make access to culture more equitable and in line with future trends. And then finally, in terms of outcomes, I think we could feel a lot of energy and optimism and hope in the room after the workshop. We really have a galvanized, open community that is super eager to continue this work. And I hope, again, that some of you in this room will also will join us. There's an imperative need to also act together, that Creative Commons has been leading this so far, but there's clearly a need to organize and partner with other organizations. And we're really open to having conversations. We're in the process of kind of organizing the work, but this is something that we want to do with others. And we already have some informal support, but we hope to materialize this and formalize this really soon. And we have a nascent architecture to organize future action. So next week or in a few days, we're going to get together and really try to build what would be the different paths for volunteers to come in and join. We don't want to make an open invitation, get involved. We want to have very clear pathways and letters of engagement so that people have a clear sense of what they're contributing to, and that this really comes together and has more impact. So this is a picture of the draft roadmap that we managed to get together in Lisbon. As you can see, we have a lot of ideas for like right now. It's very crowded. And then later on, we're like, oh, well, what will happen next? And I'm sure that it's going to be as busy. But this is where we are right now. And we're translating this into a concrete action plan. The main takeaway, I have to say, is that even though we have a very good argument, and we are very good at like abstract arguments, we need clear evidence to support our case. We really need to convince UNESCO member states with success stories, with case studies, with things that they can, what's the word I'm looking for? Relate to, anyways, that they can really engage with because they understand and they feel like, oh yes, this is a real problem and it's our responsibility to solve it. If we want us to have a thriving commons of cultural heritage, we need to have open access, and this is what we're into. So this brings me to the last slide before we move on to a panel discussion. But what I wanted to say is that we're here to help ourselves and each other to gather evidence to demonstrate how open access to cultural heritage is actually a way to help people exercise their fundamental rights to participate in cultural life and enjoy the arts, the articles I already mentioned, and also to benefit from a more prosperous, inclusive, and resilient world by advancing the Sustainable Development Goals. So open access is also a way to support achievement of those goals and make culture also a goal in and of itself. And to enjoy culture and the digital commons as global public goods, as has already been recognized by UNESCO in the Montreal Declaration adopted in Mexico City in 2022. So we're really building on the existing framework and showing how openness is a solution in order to help UNESCO and its member states achieve their goals. So now I'll hand over to my colleague Connor Benedict, who's going to moderate a panel with our esteemed colleagues. So thank you so much.
And I'm actually going to get a microphone. Thank you, Brigitte. Thank you, Maya, for this lovely introduction. My name is Connor Benedict. I work at Creative Commons on the Open Culture program together with Brigitte and a number of other folks in the room. So my first question is for Ivan. Ivan joins us from Mexico City, where he works on digital rights and the protection of digital rights at R3D. And my question for you today is, how can open heritage help strengthen education? What are we thinking about in terms of the creation of OER, and especially a push for critical thinking around this?
Yes, I think, thanks for the invitation to the panel first, and thanks everyone for being here. I think the work together with the Open and Creative Commons community and the TAROCH initiative, it's crucial having Wikimedians there, so it's an open invitation, of course. Well, in context like Mexican, the openness is not only heritage. Of openness in general is crucial for educators and cultural actors. We have strong cases and a strong demonstration on how the use and the promotion and the creation of OERs is a change definitively in the way that the educators and the cultural workers work more relaxed, without the doubt or without being anxious or being suspicious of violating copyright, because in Mexico we have the worst copyright in the world. The last law in the world is 100 years after the death of the author. It's terrible and it's dementia. But yeah, and we are trying we are working in that with the legislators to move that number. But actually, that's the reality. So we have testimoniums. We have cases and evidences. Sorry, I say it in Spanish. Of educators or universities that being sued by copyright barons of use copyrighted materials with the good faith use of culture and education. So OER is, I think, in valoration is rapidly increasing, motivated by many actors that are more open to open, like Wikimedians that are doing influential work into universities, like actors, like librarians that are more devoted to create and work in hard contexts like Mexican. And I think one thing that I want to mention finally is that in Mexico we have like a particular challenge, because like in Italy we have not only the copyright law, but we have also a heritage law that is aiming to protect the theft of pieces, archaeological pieces, but that law have some specific clauses around the diffusion and around the publishing of the images or videos or sounds of the heritage. So I think that law was created in the 70s, which was created in a context of a robbery of many pieces, like in Italy, like in many parts of the world. And so the creators, the educators, the teachers faces that they treat not only by copyright, but also for the organism which have the protection of the heritage, which have income by the paid or paying photos. If you want to use a video photo of the Aztec calendar or a picture of Chichen Itza pyramid, you need to pay to the government. And we don't have like a exclusion, or we don't have a limitation of that law that can protect the use of rational uses or uses like cultural and educators. You are in the same suspicious if you use without authorization. So actually, I have the evidences and research on some cases, like one project which is very close to me is called Libreta Negra, like Black Book. They create in TikTok and YouTube videos that shows the cultural heritage in Mexico, explaining what the meaning of the pyramids, and they are constantly sued by the lawyers of the ministerium that have the history and the heritage protection. It's called in Spanish INA, because the argument of INA is that you are facing, or you are threatening the patrimony, you are threatening the heritage if you are publishing without permission. But I think we supported them giving arguments to the authority that the documentation or the publishing or the register or the voluntary registration of materials of heritage is a way of protect it. For an example, we have in Wikimedia, we have an initiative which is called Wiki Loves Monuments. Many of you participated or organized Wiki Love Monuments. And for example, in Mexico, 2 churches exist only in a photo that was registered in Wiki Loves Monuments, because we lost them, both churches, one in an earthquake and another one in a demolition, illegal demolition. So that's a way to protect their heritage. So we are working closely now with the new government. We have hope that they can understand the value of the limitations that we need in the law for have more resources, open educational resources. And I think we want to share, and we are so happy to share with other strategical sectors like GLAMS in Mexico, the idea that they are part of ensuring rights. They are part of the longest chain to protect the rights like education and culture in contexts like Mexico, that it's so urgent and so necessary, and it's so hard to work these topics. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan. Okay, I don't have a follow-up question yet, but don't worry, I do. Next, Joanna is joining us here from the University of Krakow, where she studies heritage and, she's the UNESCO Chair of Heritage and Urban Studies at Krakow University of Economics, the Europa Nostra Heritage Hub in Krakow.
Yes, that's right.
Good. My question for you is, what is the potential impact of open heritage for the development of cities? And additionally, how can openness support growth of the creative sectors?
Thank you very much for the questions and for the invitation here. It's a pleasure to be here and to share a different perspective, since I'm not a lawyer and I don't know much about copyright, but I hope I know something that I can offer you as an example of how heritage can impact development of cities. And first of all, I would like to mention a project that was done a couple of years ago that I think it's quite relevant here now, which was called Cultural Heritage Counts for Europe, which was one of the first projects that gather evidence that heritage as such has great impact both on economy, society, and culture, and it was one of our first European project, pan-European project. And I think its findings are still quite relevant. I'm sorry, and they are relevant also to your question, because that impact is also meant for the cities. And when you think about the cities, there are many ways to describe the development, right? But since I'm an economist, I am a cultural economist, so I do some work concerning sociology or society impacts as well as economic impacts. And I was thinking that I should tell you that some of those things might be quite obvious, because how heritage can affect economic development of the cities. Well, obviously, it gives jobs. Obviously, it creates national product. Obviously, it creates services and goods to sell, right, and for us to buy. Not only something that is connected with tourism, which is one of the most obvious, most common association when we think about heritage and its economic impact, but also many other things. And that's quite connected with the second question you had about the creative sectors, because when I was looking at those pretty design that is made for Wikipedia conference today by some, I suppose, Polish designer. It's based quite a lot on Polish traditional embroidery, and also if you noticed, maybe not here, but on some other slides or maybe in some other places, there is a little dragon and a little funny horseman. Those are two characters from Polish legends from Krakow, and I'm sure there are many more associations with intangible heritage in that as well. So you can see that heritage, tangible and intangible, digital, digital born or digitized, can be a source of creativity and innovation, which is the basis for the creative sectors, obviously. Because when you think about creative sectors or the cultural sector as such, you have, it's quite useful to use this concentric circles model, when in the core you have this traditional culture like theater and painting and literature and heritage. And this is done mostly by public institutions, non-commercial institutions at least. And then when you have the creative sectors and the cultural sectors, they are basing their work on that core, on the non-commercial activities, and they are taking out, to some extent, to simplify the picture, the pieces of that core, and they are translating that into economic benefits, because cultural and creative sectors are mostly commercial, and they work for profit, and that's how it could translate for the development of the cities, because they give jobs, they give products, and I'm not sure if you are aware of that, but or maybe you are, but cultural sector as such, not only heritage, accounts for 2.5–3% of GDP of most of the countries. It's not calculated in every country, so it's not easy to say what is it for your country. But anyhow, when you look at those countries that did calculate it, it's about 2.5–3%, and it's might seem not so much, but when you compare it, well. Here we are in a mining region. Silesia is traditionally coal mining region of Poland, and coal miners were always very important part of a Polish industry and Polish workforce. But when you look at how the GDP is divided, it turns out that cultural sector brings more to the GDP of Poland than the mining of coal and other minerals. So that's an interesting also argument, I think, for the advocacy work, because it's at least in some countries where the service sector is more developed, this part of the economy is quite important for the development. And the other part of the development, it's well-being, because I'm thinking that, how when cities develop, they develop where their residents, the inhabitants, have their well-being increased, right? And well-being depends on many, many things, obviously. It depends on whether you have a job, on whether you are healthy, on whether you are satisfied with your personal life. And in some of those cases, culture and cultural heritage can play a vital part. And there is a number of evidence that even health, or the way we perceive our own health, could be related to our participation in culture and cultural heritage. And there were studies done, for example, in hospitals, where people were presented with traveling exhibitions of artifacts and paintings. They were taking part in cultural activities, and they reported increasingly, how shall I put it in English, sorry, a better subjective evaluation of their health. They thought they felt better, even though obviously that we cannot cure terrible illnesses with culture and cultural heritage. The way we perceive our health and psychological health can be quite related with the fact whether we participate or not in culture. And obviously, the active participation, when we do something, it's much more effective in that way. And the last comment I wanted to give you is. Brigitte mentioned the development goals, the SDGs, and cultural and cultural heritage do not have a separate SDG as of yet. But when we go through the different SDGs, it seems that there is a place for heritage and for culture to actually be part of the work to be done to achieve those. And especially since your question was about cities, I think that we can talk about SDG number 11, which is sustainable cities and communities. And it's a little bit about the protection of heritage, and part of that is about protection of heritage. And to relate to what Ivan said is about the picture. There are just two pictures of the churches that do not exist anymore. And actually, that's quite a common thing that could be quite a useful thing to document the heritage in such a way, because. When I was preparing for this panel, I was thinking that, I don't know if you know that, but in the Second World War, Warsaw's old town was totally destroyed. It was totally destroyed. There was nothing there, and they decided to rebuild the historical monuments. And they didn't have many photographs. They had some, but not that many. And one of the resources for the rebuildment were the paintings of Canaletto, an Italian painter in the 18th century, who created those paintings with very many details of how the city looked like. And now we don't have to paint. Now we can have a 3D models, right? Three-dimensional models. So I think that that part of usage of heritage could also be a useful way to protect the cities. I think that's all.
Thank you. That was very insightful. I definitely was entranced by all these examples. So thank you for that. Next we have Fiona. who joins us from the Wikimedia Foundation, where she works on culture and heritage. My question for you is, what is the benefit specifically that you think, or maybe some examples that you think comes from cultural heritage for Wikimedia and the Wikimedia movement?
Yeah, thank you for those questions. I imagine in this room, everyone is generally bought into the idea of open access and free knowledge. So I think two important questions that might come up are why the focus on cultural heritage for open access and Wikimedia projects, and then how would this UNESCO instrument really help us do what we're trying to do? So I think the first thought for me is that we kind of want a global instrument for a global movement. So sometimes Wikimedians organize by country, but our platforms are actually primarily organized by language, which cuts across those national boundaries. And we also gather around thematics and regions. And so something like a global instrument would reduce complexity for contributors and organizers who want to work at these levels of collaboration. I was in a session this week which was touching on freedom of panorama as an issue, and I saw people opening up that kind of table on our projects where you sort of see every country and the different status of different materials, and that's a lot of complexity for people to overcome. In terms of why cultural heritage, I mean, obviously we've heard a lot about the general benefits for well-being, the importance of access to a cultural life, the importance of being able to share your cultural heritage. But something that I often talk about when thinking about cultural heritage in the context of Wikimedia projects is that it is really essential source material that we need to close the knowledge gaps on our projects. So we know that libraries and other cultural institutions have contributed millions of images that are used to illustrate our projects and provide this other kind of knowledge that maybe helps establish a more emotional connection to information as well. There's also an example of a project the Wikimedia Foundation has been supporting our communities to pursue, which is Wikisource Loves Manuscripts. And with this project, we're using archival material that is digitized and then transcribed to actually bring underrepresented languages to the internet through Wikimedia projects. So when we think about types of knowledge and languages that are underrepresented on our projects, actually cultural heritage is an incredible store of lots of that sort of information and culture. And so making that more open allows us to bring that into our projects and close some of those information gaps. We also see that restrictions on open access and also just the complexity of understanding what is and isn't allowed in different contexts is in itself a barrier to knowledge equity. And often it's the case that some of the institutions who don't have the resources to digitize their collections, conserve their collections, sort of work on digital transformation of those organizations, are also in contexts where it's really difficult to have clarity or kind of permission to work with your collections to make them available for education and other uses. And those institutions often don't have the legal resources or expertise to understand and document, let alone change the licensing of their collections. And these are often very old policies with lots of inherited assumptions that aren't really fit for purpose. And something that happens then is when Wikimedia volunteers and Wikimedia groups go to those institutions to encourage them to open up and make their material available, those Wikimedians have to focus on sort of copyright advocacy and advice rather than really jumping in and being able to help with digitization or documentation of collections and then sort of reuse of those collections to make information more available. And something I often hear is, since we're primarily a movement of volunteers, rather than people who necessarily have strongly relevant institutional affiliations, those individuals, those volunteers, often have a hard time establishing like their right to even have that conversation or what credibility they have in that space. And so having an instrument from a global body like UNESCO, having a recommendation or a declaration that says, actually, we agree at this level that it is important to open up cultural heritage in this way, is something that brings a little bit more authority, credibility, institutional support to the conversations that these volunteers are trying to have. You know, we see our movement responding to crises, trying to document and safeguard cultural heritage in the face of sort of natural disasters and also conflict. And no one in that moment has time to be documenting their collections and unpicking sort of the copyright status. And restrictions and uncertainty around licenses can really get in the way of that sort of time-critical support. We also see an increasing interest in collaborations between communities of origin and institutions that hold collections. All of this, you know, really strong desire for collaboration that sort of transcends national boundaries, that's regional, that's global, that's decolonizing, and just having a bit more sort of clarity and standardization and that institutional support could make a real difference and open up more opportunities for people in our movement to do the kind of work that they want to do.
Thank you, Fiona. That's a perfect transition for my final question, which is for Maya and for Brigitte. Why do we need a dedicated instrument? What does this potentially make possible for all of us?
Yeah, thank you for this question. Let me just go back a few steps before I get to the answer. I have so many things to say about this. I could go all day, but we did a report on what the benefits of open culture are that came out a few months ago, and that was building on what I want to say hundreds, not quite 100, but a lot of experts from all over the world who shared how they thought open access to cultural heritage made a difference. And we kind of synthesize and organize all of these into 4 main categories. It really helps cultural heritage institutions themselves in being more relevant and more resilient in an age of digitization and all sorts of new technologies. So it's really helping the institutions connect with their audiences in so many new ways. And I think I'm speaking to a converted audience right now, so I won't dwell on this for too long. But the other key benefit that we saw, which was cutting across education and research and scholarship, is that it allows much more collaboration and participation and a much more vibrant community where people actually have access and can exchange cultural heritage images or all other types of media across borders. Someone was telling me just a few minutes ago that they were doing research and didn't have access to pictures because the professor wouldn't give access to the data without the student buying the publication, which I thought was completely absurd. And this was not in the context of cultural heritage, but we come across these stories all the time of PhD researchers not able to publish images of the works of art that they are working on in their PhD thesis for copyright issues, or just because the institution doesn't want to give access or doesn't allow the student to publish it without paying a fee. These are absurd situations that we really need to address. Another area where open access is really critical is to stimulate contemporary creativity. A lot of artists, and you pointed out to these beautiful designs, build upon existing works, existing cultural heritage. And without free access, we're actually preventing a lot of new creativity to take shape. And so a lot of people think that there's, cultural heritage, old stuff, and then new works, contemporary art. These are actually connected through a really strong continuum, and there's no separation. Basically, every new art builds on what already exists, and if you cut off access, you're actually depriving contemporary artists of a crucial source of inspiration and materials for them to express their own creativity. And then the 4th category of benefits was about society in general. You know, when you have access to cultural heritage, you understand your history better. You understand your past. You can have constructive conversations. Even the institutions themselves can serve as forum for political, public debates. There's such an important role of having institutions enable access and providing space for people to be able to talk about contemporary societal debates. It's really part of our conversations today. So, we talked about benefits, but we also did a report on the barriers. So, given all those benefits, how come institutions are not embracing openness? It's because there's lots of barriers still. It costs a lot of money to digitize and maintain an online presence. It also is, for some people, a loss of opportunity for income. A lot of institutions will say, well, I want to monetize access, and if I give it all for free, I'm missing out on income. We're working very hard to debunk that, that false belief. It's actually not really financially sustainable, and open access opens up a lot more opportunities for financial sustainability. There are also barriers around people. A lot of institutions are kind of old-fashioned and conservative, and they are gatekeepers to their own collection. They're like, oh no, we don't want to give it away for free online. Who knows what people might say and how they will interpret it and what kind of uses they're going to put it to. We have authority. We know what our collection is about, and we are the only ones who can say anything about it in the public sphere, which is also something that is completely counter to how people should engage with cultural heritage, bringing multiple perspectives and allowing conversations to shed many different lights. And then the third category of barriers that we find was around policy. I already mentioned how copyright is really misadapted and erects all sorts of barriers for institutions to make their collections available. But there's also no positive framework that says, wow, this is what reality, this is what the world would be if everything was open. There is no such instrument that institutions can look up to and be guided by. Which brings me to the answer to your question, is that we live in an interconnected world. There are political barriers, not barriers, boundaries between countries, but the internet knows no barriers, and so we're facing a global problem that requires a global solution. So we need to look at the international level to have a harmonized system that will create rules and standards that can apply in every country, because so much of collaboration today happens to take place across borders. And we don't want to end up with a patchwork of laws like copyright currently has, with different terms of protection, different periods of time that works are in protection before going into the public domain, with different rules, different exceptions. It's a mess. It's not harmonized. We want to do this differently when it comes to open access, to have some sort of global standard. So one of the things that came out of the Lisbon workshop that I'm still, writing on because it was so great, is that someone raised their hand and said, you know what, having a UNESCO instrument is not going to change anything in my life. I'm still going to have to advocate. I'm like a grassroots person. Having this, lofty instrument that only binds member state is not going to make any difference for me. I'm still going to have to argue with everyone that I meet personally. And then a UNESCO representative stood up and said, a UNESCO recommendation would be a game changer. And then my heart leaped because I thought, oh yes, this is what I want to hear. It really changed the way that people interact and face this issue. First, it will build consensus among member states. So it will create shared obligations, shared responsibilities. So all member states need to agree. And so it's going to be a way to bring countries together. And that is really important at a time where so many countries are torn by conflict. It will erect some common standards, as I said, that are applicable across borders, and it will really foster a sense of unity in between member states. It's also going to create some kind of supreme law, a supreme overarching framework that cultural heritage institutions will be able to look out to. And if they're lost in what they need to do and they don't know what their mission is anymore, they can always look up to this and say, oh yes, I need to provide open access to my collection Thank you for the reminder, UNESCO. And they can also point to this when they're asking for support, government support, or even funding. Because if this is in a law, then the member states will have to fund it. And so it's going to be a really key argument for cultural institutions to get funding to do all the cultural, the open access to their cultural heritage collections that they want to do, but they can't do because they don't really have government support. It's also going to give some kind of common vocabulary and identify common goals and aspirations. In Lisbon, we had a lot of conversations about what does open mean, what does cultural heritage mean. This will kind of help give us a common language that we can all understand. I was talking again to someone earlier today who said, oh yeah, our museum is open. Entrance is free. Anyone can come and visit. And I was like, that's great, but that's not what open means. Right? So there's a lot of awareness raising still that needs to be made about what open really means. It doesn't mean that you give free entrance tickets. Then I think it will create a real commitment to put principles into practice, because once a recommendation or an instrument is in place, member states have an obligation to report to the UNESCO Secretariat on what they're doing to implement that instrument. So it gives some kind of pressure, it holds them to account. And so there is a mechanism. It's binding, okay, there's no real consequence if they don't do it, but at least on paper and symbolically, it gives some kind of incentive to actually do something on the ground. And speaking of on the ground, it can really lead to real impact that is quantitatively measurable. For example, the UNESCO Open Science recommendation, which was adopted in 2021, really led to some concrete change. Very positive, and we hope that it can do the same in the field of cultural heritage. In just 2 years, the number of countries that had open access policies nearly doubled. So this is really a concrete measure, a concrete figure that we can point to say this is a direct impact of the UNESCO recommendation. Look at how many more open policies there are in the field of science. Hopefully we can achieve this for cultural heritage as well. I'll hand over to Maya, who has a few more things to say about the topic.
Okay, hard act to follow, but let me then translate this into a more local perspective, because yes, we need a global instrument to address global challenges, so we need a global solution, but then I want to focus on two things that Brigitte already mentioned, but from a very kind of local, national perspective. And they are both about the mindset and the power of UNESCO in Poland. UNESCO means a lot. This is a brand. So having an instrument from a brand like that, that represents, for the right reason, the right kind of values, and really resonates, has this really all the positive connotations for the policymakers, for the institutions. In Poland, there are the 99% publicly funded. This is a strong voice. So this is something for me as a advocate for the cause in Poland. This will be super useful to be able to enter again into a dialogue with the Ministry of Culture and have the conversation again about them introducing more open policies in their work when it comes to digital heritage, digitization of heritage, and heritage in general. This is also for me to have conversations with them about licenses, open licenses. This is currently a struggle. We've been having those conversations for years now, and I think having an instrument like that from this specific organization, from this specific entity, would be super useful. Then coming a bit down to the institutional level, Brigitte used the word gatekeepers. This is exactly it. So again, the question of mindset in many Polish institutions, not all of them, but still the trend is there. Heritage organizations that they are there to protect, and I would like for them to be there to enable. And again, having and also protect. But having an instrument like that, again, from this entity, would allow me to have a simply stronger voice in all my conversations with them. And would also require from them again, as Brigitte mentioned, for all the reasons, like there is the impact assessment when recommendation is being introduced on a UNESCO level, then data is being gathered. So there is simply movement. There are activities, different activities around the topic, and it can only support the case. So a global initiative, a global instrument can really be super impactful on a more local level.
Thank you, Maya. Thank you, Brigitte. Thank you, everyone. I have one follow-up question for the panel, which I will leave open for someone to answer. But my question is, and this subject has obviously come up a lot this week so far, and is also very important for TAROCH. Why is it important that we collaborate on this work, and what kind of collaboration do you think is needed?
Thank you. I think Wikimedians are not frequently familiar with policies, but they have a crucial game-changing task over there, because many laws and many realities, I must say, many realities are determined by laws that are not fair and that was built by powers, essentially. So, as Brigitte said, it's so surprising, maybe at the first time, that when you talk with decision makers about the benefits or a more open environment, they say, "Oh, it's a cool idea. Why don't we are doing this?" Because we had like Wikimedians or like activists of the free world, we are frequently clashing with frustration or with the rejection of changes, no? But I think we are living now like a different situation than other years that can be support the participation in this kind of materials. And essentially, we have like the big winning point here, that the brand of UNESCO can support and open more doors. Because at least in Mexico moves in that way, that, hey, UNESCO is on, okay, I will be on. So give another dimension of trust, not only of obligation, but for being involved in discussions or in the elaboration of materials that are mandated, but with the participation of UNESCO, which is a very important role player in these topics.
Thank you.
Can I add something just really brief? I think we also want cultural institutions themselves to be a big part of this conversation and collaboration. And I notice we have some great institutional champions of open in this room already, like Solange from the Paulista Museum, a really strong example in Brazil of really opening up your museum and your collections. And I think we want your voice and the voice of other sort of change makers in cultural institutions themselves in this kind of discussion too.
Yeah. Thank you. Does anybody else want to add something? Otherwise, I'll hand to you, Maya, for our...
Happy to make the bridge.
Perfect, thank you.
So this is exactly why, building on what Fiona has just said, and kind of what we keep saying throughout our interventions, is that we need evidence. We need those stories. Just to show the power of stories is, or very specific situations, like I'm thinking about the destruction of Notre Dame and how it changed the whole European policy when it comes to suddenly digitization, because suddenly 3D is the most relevant, and having 3D scans of buildings and landmarks is the thing, the key goal of or objective of European policy. So a very strong set of examples, a very strong set of case studies showing the positive impact of openness. And we try to provide you with examples from different disciplines, different domains, how opening up cultural heritage can impact education, access to knowledge, development of cities, and the growth of creative sectors. So now it is me handing over to you. And we would like to use the space, the 25 minutes, 24 minutes that we have left, to really have a conversation with you, to listen to the stories. And of course, then we are eager to hear more. And of course, we are eager to build on them and really include them in our advocacy work. It's super relevant that they are also global, like they can be local stories, but we need them from all of the continents. We of course, we don't want the European perspective, like my perspective. We want perspective from Mexico, from Brazil, etc., etc. This is the way, of course, how UNESCO operates, but I think this is the only right forward for us all. That's why we just also to answer to your question, why we need to do this together, because we need those different stories. So I think this is enough of me, and over to you. So who wanna get first or go first? Oh, actually, I think Solange, it has to be you.
Thank you. Well, it's a pleasure to be here and to share this experience. And we opened our collections in 2017. The museum was closed for a huge renovation and restoration. And at the time, we were very concerned about the access to our collection, because our museum is a museum, the oldest museum in the state of São Paulo, a public one that belongs to the university. So our collections are mobilized by research frequently. And at the time, we have only the local catalog. So we have image, digitalized, everything, but in the local catalog. And in 2017, the Wikimedia Brazil, it's the affiliated group in Brazil, look for us, invited us to take part of a GLAM. And we decided, and we used to sell reproductions of our image. So I was director of the museum at that time. And we decided, with a decision of our board, to open no more profit from the reproduction of images of the collection. And we have now more than 30,000 items in the GLAM. And I think it is only good impact for ours, because we reopened the museum in 2022 after the renovation. And to be in the GLAM make possible to be in contact with the audience and showing our work with the new exhibitions and facilitate the research, because everyone can take the images, and we promote a lot of events like editathons connected with the themes of our exhibitions. So I think that there is only advantage. Of course, these collections are in public domain. So in the Mexico, 100 years, and in Brazil, well, 70 years is better. But well, I would like to contribute here with a voice that, well, is good. No problem, have no money anymore from the image, because I think in terms of image, public image for the institutions is so good to be on GLAM and promoting this kind of research and access to our collections. That is, yes. Thank you.
Just one follow-up question. I'm going to get one more mic. Can you explain, or if you remember, why you decided for this shift? Why the board said, "Oh yes, let's change the approach"?
Yes, because we were closed since 2013, and with a local catalog, and we are a public museum, or belongs to the public university. So we are documenting our collection, our cultural heritage for research, for people, for open knowledge. So it's a tough decision, but well, how you can give access for this if we are closed for exhibitions, we are in the renovation, And it was so difficult for the research to go to the museum, and and we have nowadays we have our online catalog with more than 100 items digitalized. It's okay, but the impact in week is 1-2 millions of visualizations. This is perfect, If you really want to put your collection, cultural heritage for researching, is the best place. And nobody doing nothing wrong with the images, Nothing. Nothing happens. Only good things happen. People are putting the painting on shirts, and I think like the example that you give here, this is perfect, this kind of appropriation of our cultural heritage. I think that, well, more things, good things happens than no good things. So we decided for this in a very, very special and tough moment of our museum. But I think that in these moments, we have great ideas and we can find good opportunities for change, the mindset, as you said, and what's happened. And I thank God that our board agreed, and everybody's very happy now with this, because we have we invite who goes to Brazil, because our museum had reopened and we new exhibitions, and I think that we have a lot of things in Glen, and training people for write more articles about the collections. I think that now my focus is to bring students and graduates and postgraduates to work in a week space, because I think this way we qualify the collections now more and more. Yeah.
But you have the baseline.
Yes,
right,
exactly.
Because the collection is in place. Thank you very much. Yes, there. If you could just briefly introduce yourself, if you're coming from an institution as well, would be lovely.
I'm Heike. I'm working at Wikimedia Deutschland, and I'm very happy to support your initiative more. And I wanted to bring in an example of a project in Germany which is over right now, but that's unfortunate. But it was Coding Da Vinci. So maybe that's a good example of how you get institution in a playful way to open their collections and work with cultural producers or creative people from outside the institution and get new reuse of collections. And unfortunately, we haven't gone further to change policies. Some institutions changed their policies because that would be our purpose or goal.
Could you just briefly introduce the project for
those
who...
sorry, because you were all nodding. I thought you know it. It was the idea of having hackathons with cultural institutions and people from outside institutions who are programmers or designers or whatever. And they were working together for a few weeks, and it would start with an event where the cultural institutions would hand out data sets, could be images or audio files or whatever they had digitalized, and
open.
And open, yeah. So that was like the education part, that to make them realize what it needs to be open. And then they would work together with people from like designers and pitch ideas, what could be done with their collections and data sets. And so there were really different projects developed from that. For example, they had these images of old costumes, like, I don't know the English word, like this traditional dresses. And then there would be a designer, like fashion designer, and they would have this idea of doing kind of an online shop where you could have this nice doll, and so it was a playful thing of working with this traditional images, which would otherwise just be displayed or not even displayed, but just be in an archive. Or they had VR designs with images. So they introduced, like the people coming from the outside, the hackers, they would introduce new ideas to the cultural institutions, what could be done with their collections, with their images, and the institution would learn what it means to open their collections. And so that was a really playful thing, but it also changed like the mindsets. And one of you said it's not about, yeah, you said it's not only about protection, but it's more about enabling people to do new things with cultural heritage. Yeah, so that was a really nice way to get institutions to open.
And if I might add to that, so what I'm taking from here is that it also created interest among tech people, right, in cultural heritage. So seeing heritage as a source of inspiration, and not only inspiration, simply data they can work with, right? Yeah. And now with AI, of course, like looking at how we see it and how the models are being trained, ethical questions, etc., etc. But I think we are in a reality, in a situation in which this collaboration is really also relevant. So, yes, thank you for this voice. I think we have more.
Hi, I'm Tove Ørsted from Avant Glam. I'm also an archivist. I call myself archivist, activist, anarchist. And I totally support your idea with how to gather around different cultural institutions with developers and designers. We've done that in Finland almost every year. Last one was the AI sauna, where we got together these kind of people and face these threats that are lying around and talk about them together, and kind of, when you know more, you're less afraid. But overall, as an anarchist, I usually say that it's about the democracy in its essence. Heritage is not the museum who's inherited something, it's the heritage of all. So especially the public domain should never be locked anywhere. But on the other hand, as an archivist, I understand them as well. They have in their blood, they have to nurture and care for what they have in their archives. So if they let them fly free, they're going to go and do strange things, and people are going to misinterpret what they are, give them wrong kind of meaning. So when we might write this policy and try to sell them for archives, they should have this understanding and show that you're on their side. For example, that you're not saying that the source isn't important. You're saying the source is very important. So even when people use it freely, you want the same thing as the archivists want. You want to know where is the original source, what's the provenance, these kind of issues. And another issue is, of course, is the pressure from the politician and how the governments change, and sometimes the museums just have to make more money and they have to do these harsh choices. Do I let these people go, or do I take money for my high-res images? Maybe I'll just put small thumbnails openly for all, but you have to pay if you have high-res images, and it's kind of a compromise that you have to live with. And it's not also so black and white, yes.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, thank you very much. Anyone else?
My name is Milena. I'm from Serbia, and I happen to be 2 times Wikipedian in residence. So I got involved with a local archive in my town, Pirot, southeast Serbia. Well, it's a small town, and archivists there are very old-fashioned, like you said. So we already signed a contract with them. We caught them in a trap. So I was there, and they were like, you want to digitize? They didn't even digitize a thing there, because they only have one flat scanner. They use it only for everyday stuff, not for digitizing documents or photographs, nothing of that. So when they realized I want to digitize photographs and upload them to Wikimedia Commons, they were like, what are the pictures are going to do there? Will someone make money of them? So they were really scared. And I had a battle with them, really, trying to explain to them the whole concept of the open heritage. They were okay with me writing articles about local people, about monuments and stuff, but photographs were really, really, yeah. So I managed somehow to get through one archivist. He gave me a lot of pictures of Josip Broz Tito coming to our city. So that is a very, very good collection of photographs. I released them. I released 100 photos. We also tried to make collaboration with museum in my local city, but the director said no. We are closed. We don't do that stuff. So yeah, we are very old-fashioned in Serbia, and I know Gorana. Maybe you know her. From Serbia. She organizes GLAM in our country. She has a lot of battles with institutions there, cultural. They don't really know anything about this, and involving UNESCO, I think it will be very beneficial, and it will, yeah, we will do a big thing if that happens.
No, thank you.
Well, you can hold this one. I'll use that one. Because I had a follow-up. Do you have a sense that the institutions where you have been able to do Wikimedian in residence, that those examples are in any way changing the mindset from other institutions in Serbia? Like, have you been able to kind of capture the work that you've done in a way that, like,
I didn't say that, but they really don't have the resources to digitize and to do this kind of stuff. They don't have people doing that work, so they employed me for 3 years to digitize. So they really said, okay, we need people to do this. And I worked there for 3 years doing that, not only that, they don't have resources, they don't have money, they don't have scanners. They bought scanner like 2 years ago that is a little bit better than the flat one. So in my case, they got their opinion a little bit better for us, better for this idea. But in smaller cities, I think it's very hard to get this kind of collaborations. In Belgrade, in Novi Sad, I think it's way better, but small cities, we are very old-fashioned, and unfortunately, cultural workers don't really realize it. They don't have the education to really know what this is all about.
Hello. I'm actually a note taker, but I'm also really into the topic because I've also worked in the field as well.
A question: who's taking the notes now?
I know what I'm saying, so I could just remember afterwards. It's fine. No, I actually have worked in the field before, and it's still interesting to me, regardless of. It was still on my calendar before I found out I was a note taker. But in terms of what you've done, I've had so much experience.
Who are you?
Oh, sorry. Shahin, he, him. I work with Western Armenian Wikipedia, which is an endangered UNESCO endangered language. Not the best status to have if you're trying to work on it. But we also don't have a country. So Armenia does Eastern Armenian. We don't have a country. So all the Western Armenian speakers in the world live around the world. So that makes it really hard. But we've been around the world for more than 100 years now. So all our museums and all our newspapers and all our outlets are in different cities across the world. So what we tried to do for the Wikisource and Commons at the same time was try to get external funding from like non-wiki sources and then help them hire people to digitize their artworks and their like manuscripts, like medieval manuscripts, etc., but also their newspapers. And mostly it was successful, except from this like newspaper in Montreal that got the money for the digitizing scanner, digitized their whole 75-year-old archive, and then they were like, you guys know what? We're going to actually monetize this and sell the archive to researchers, even though we did the grant writing and they got this scanner because of us. So basically what we did as like a thing was like, here's like the residency program that you had. Here's money for 1 year long, like, you know, employment for someone you think deserves it in your community. Here's the machine. And this is the reason why you're doing it, because otherwise excuse my French, Nobody gives a shit about your artwork aside from the researchers who need access to the things that you're displaying but can't make the trip to come there and live there for a year for the research. So that's the aspect that you have to, approach them with. Thank you.
I think there's a comment from Liam.
I had a follow-up or a comparison to that comment, and also something to add that might be useful to others. I was involved in a grant program, a grant request, similar to this one from the Montreal example you just gave, for a Bhutanese library of ancient Bhutanese texts, and an American university wanted to have a good quality scanner that they were going to do the work. They had done all the politics of negotiating the access, but didn't have the hardware. And so I was trying to help them get a Wikimedia grant for the hardware and do the scanning, and then the wiki source or Wikimedia Commons stuff would come later. And our grant committees rejected it because it wasn't a Wikimedia focused activity. And required, in the process, a statement from the object owners that their material was out of copyright, which is a sensible question from a Wikimedian, but an extraordinarily offensive question if you are a Buddhist monk being asked to sign an American legal contract to prove that you own what you said you own. Promise that you're not lying to me. So that didn't go well. So there have been other examples of trying to digitize or that aren't just that didn't go great. I wanted to add that might help institutions move towards open access, particularly open access in a direction that is Wikimedia focused or Wikimedia aligned. Something that John and I have been working on for about a decade is an application for Wikipedia for Memory of the World status, which is the UNESCO heritage status for documents and cultural archive collections. We've applied twice, 2.5 times. They closed the process the first time halfway through. We got rejected the last round 2 years ago on the basis that Wikipedia is weird and it's the internet and we don't do the internet. Now we're in the process again. The document is in. We're waiting in hopefully September for the next subcommittee review. We got through the subcommittee review process last time, but it got rejected at the political review level. Most Memory of the World applications are about 3 pages long. Ours is 80 pages long with 300 footnotes.
Is there an executive summary?
The executive summary is...
You need one.
Yeah, this is... We previously nominated the live version of Wikipedia, which scared them. This time we've nominated the archive version on the day of Wiki 20. So January 15, 2021, as a representative sample of all language Wikipedias, not all Wikimedia sister projects, because they're of all, no one is claiming that Wikispecies is heritage status, but that this represents a specific and very important representation of a culture, a point in time, a form of knowledge creation for a culture, and is representative of that time and place. If that does get accepted as World Heritage status, we know that the UNESCO German committee is lobbying against it, because then they would have to approve Reddit and Twitter. But if we do get accepted, then that would hopefully become a really big line in the sand of UNESCO says that Wikipedia is heritage worthy, and the only live website or born digital document to be accepted in that list, then that would make it easier for education organizations, cultural organizations, and anti-disinformation organizations to point to Wikipedia as a reference point and justifying working with us.
Thank you. I just have one last one. We're going to give you the last example because
Yes,
you're wearing
but
the
Susanna,
shirt.
looking at the time, we need to really, yeah.
Yeah, I'm wearing. I'm wearing
Okay.
a shirt.
with the project's name. This is Wiki Loves Living Heritage last year. We invited intangible cultural heritage, UNESCO intangible cultural heritage focal points to come together with the local Wikimedia affiliates to come up with projects, and based on the inventories they have, and then create web resources as well as activities around that. And this is only happening this year. This is Wiki Loves Living Heritage Ghana, but we have also interest for this year in Turkey, Armenia, Australia, etc. We had much more last year.
Thank you, Susanna.
Thank
you to the panel.
Yeah, if I just may, half an hour, and we had so many different stories about the transition of a museum, a local initiative, something on a global scale, something about tangible, intangible heritage. And I think this is what we want, and this is what we need. This is, we haven't discussed that, but maybe it would be an idea. And sorry, just to create an option online where people can submit their stories, so that we can build on them. I think this is exactly what we need. So thank you very much for sharing. Final words.
Very quickly, thank you so much for being here. It's been really encouraging to see so many heads nodding and support in your eyes and in your intervention. Please do come to us if you're interested. As I mentioned, we're looking into formalizing ways for people to help contribute. So just stay tuned and come to talk to us. Thank you so much.
And thank you to the tech team for your support.